From the Southeast Asian capital city of the Philippine Islands, Manila, I wish you good evening, good morning, good afternoon, whatever the case may be, wherever you are in whatever time zone you reside. We cover every single one of them with this program, coast to coast, literally, continent to continent, AM. How you doing, everybody? I'm Art Bell. It is my honor and my privilege to be filling in this night for George Norrie, getting a very deserved day off. I don't know what he's doing, probably a book signing or some such. At any rate, it's my pleasure to be here and my pleasure to guide you through the weekend. Now, we're going to begin with an hour of something a little different, and then we'll go to open lines. The reason we're having something a little different in the first, well, let me get a couple things out of the way. First of all, the very latest photograph on my my Arts webcam site is really a cute one. That is of Dolly, completely consumed with Abydos. They are such good friends. And now, finally, after a couple of weeks, Dolly has even, well, I guess I should say that Yeti has made friends with Dolly. But there was a lot of hatred going on there for a couple of weeks. But finally, they are good buddies. And, of course, Abby and Dolly are fast friends. And they run around here like crazy kids, attacking each other. All in play, though, all in good play. And I just happened to catch a very cool moment when Dolly, you know, she's small. She's a Philippine cat, and she's small, and she's just as cute as can be and loves me to death. And she got on top of well, you can see, Art's webcam up there. Now, it's the Typhoon of the Week Club, ladies and gentlemen. This one is Typhoon Utor. I guess, U-T-O-R, Typhoon Utor. Shenyang, in, I guess, the Chinese version. Call it what you will. It is now clobbering the Visayas region, which is to the south, just to the south of us. Thank you, Utor, for missing us. And sorry for the people. It was just a tropical storm. It's now upgraded to a Category 1 and raging across Visayas. They may be able to get a graphic up for you, those of you who have logged the storm tracker for over here. I mean, it has been amazing this year. Just unbelievable. It literally has been the typhoon of the week. Unbelievable. So we may get that up for you to see. I sent it off to Lex, and he may be able to get it up there for you. And it's not the only storm raging away. My God, our sun. What is going on with our sun? Now, for those of you who don't follow the sun, it goes in 11 or 22-year cycles, depending on how you look at it. We hams think of 11-year cycles. And we are at what's called a solar minimum right now, which means there should be almost nothing going on the sun. But all of a sudden, oh my God, we have a radiation storm underway, a big one, based on the energy and the number of solar protons streaming past Earth. Right now, NOAA is ranking the storm as a Category S3. Not good. Satellites may experience single-event upsets. Astronauts should practice radiation avoidance. Now, what that means for astronauts is crawl into something lead-lined or whatever, I don't know, but not good. The rush of protons may be a sign of an approaching CME, coronal mass ejection. Protons are accelerated in shock waves at the leading edge of CME. So, when the proton count rises, we can guess that a CME is on its way. Northern skywatchers should remain alert for auroras, which could flare up when a CME arrives, perhaps even down to southern latitudes if it's big enough. Radio astronomer Thomas Ashcroft knew something was up when a loud roar came out of a loudspeaker on his 22 megahertz shortwave receiver in New Mexico. Sunspot 930 had exploded again. The X6 class flare sent shock waves billowing through the sun's atmosphere, producing, among other things, a Type 2 solar radio burst. And you can actually record these things and play them back. I've had actually a couple of recordings sent to me of recent solar explosions. These just are monsters, and they should not be here at this time in the solar cycle. Something is really up. Therefore, the world's foremost remote viewing teacher, Edward A. Dames, Major U.S. Army retired, a decorated military intelligence officer, and original member of the U.S. Army prototype remote viewing training program, is here tonight. Ed served as the Training and Operations Officer for the Defense Intelligence Agency's Psychic Intelligence Collection Unit. Currently is serving as Executive Director for the Matrix Intelligence Agency, a private consulting group. The technical consultant for the feature film Suspect Zero, a Tom Cruise, Paula Wagner production, hell of a movie. Ed coached Sir Ben Kingsley, and, of course, he played the role of an FBI remote viewing instructor in the movie as well. So coming up in a moment, he is, after all, the solar flare guy, the kill shot guy. Maybe Ed can explain why the sun is going crazy. Major Ed Dames, welcome back to the program.
Thank you, Art.
Maybe you can explain why our sun is, well, it should be kind of like a hibernating bear right now, Ed. Instead, it's like a roaring lion. What's up with the sun?
Unfortunately, I can help you out with that.
I thought perhaps you might.
By the way, that first flare was an X9, just short of a mega flare that active region 930 produced. The second one was an X6, just your regular X-class flare.
Anything in the X-class is gigantic.
It is, especially if it's aimed our way. Those two weren't precisely aimed our way, but that will change quickly. However, the ACE spacecraft is continuing to experience problems. I think that the instrumentation was fried when the X9 occurred. We'll see if it comes back up or not. And the future, as you can probably surmise, flares of that nature aimed at us will shut down most of the instruments aboard most of the satellites and kill our telecommunications capabilities in space.
Well, if something really, of course, we have a satellite out there to warn us when some of these flares are coming, Ed, and if something tremendous occurs, they can actually do a preventative shutdown of the systems until the particles pass.
They do a number of things. They turn 180 degrees so that the solar panels are not at 90 degrees to the protons and X-rays, and then they do what you just said as well. But they can do a preventative shutdown. The astronauts aboard the ISS cannot. So that's kind of like being in a microwave if things get too hot, and they will. Mm-hmm. They will get hot.
All right. Well, you have talked for a long time about the kill shot, precursors to the kill shot. I recall that you declared, in fact, we had a precursor to the kill shot. So obviously, everybody's going to be very concerned that this kind of unusual activity might be a precursor to the kill shot.
Actually, the kill shot. A series of very strong solar flares that eventually bring protons down to the deck, down through Earth's atmosphere into the troposphere and stratosphere, heating the atmosphere up and causing a lot of damage. That's what I mean by kill shot. But what we're experiencing now is the front end of this series of events. What I did not know in the past was I never looked at what caused the kill shot. I just assumed that the sun, as an autonomous entity, decided to do what it did. But what it's doing now, what it's beginning to do, what is essentially happening is that we're experiencing the beginning of a very, very long cycle, not the 11 to 22-year solar cycles, but probably an 11,500-year cycle that happens. And I thought that this cycle was about the sun, but apparently it is not. And that is a very interesting story. So something is actually instigating this behavior on the part of the sun that is outside of the solar system. This was a big discovery to me, but I did not derive that information from remote viewing.
Okay, wait a minute. Something outside the solar system. That's interesting because I have long sort of become a believer. I've had a lot of guests on who have said, look, comets that pass, for example, cause activity on the sun, Ed. Comets that come fairly close to the sun can and even crash into the sun can really cause activity. Or even just passing near it can cause activity. But now you're saying something actually outside the solar system can cause disruptions.
It isn't just that something wicked this way comes. It isn't as simple as that. I'll get into what it is in a minute, but let me give you some background, if I may.
Okay.
My colleague Brent Miller was very interested to see if there's any hard science data that supported our remote viewing. Remote viewing over the last 15 years that pointed toward this event, which I originally called a discontinuity in human evolution and life on Earth, because professional remote viewers could not see, so to speak, beyond this point. We couldn't gather any information beyond this particular point in time, a point that at 15 years ago was unresolved. Later on, we backed up to look to see what was happening just prior to this discontinuity, and I hypothesized that what was happening was the discontinuity itself. That is what I've called in the last 10 years on your show the kill shot. It is not.
You have never put together the kill shot and what you've called the discontinuity, which was a barrier past which you could not see, right?
That's right. But my colleague has done that for me. He went out, and, with my blessings. Actually, I didn't give him my blessings. He just felt that he needed to gather a team of scientists to see, to put the information that we had on their table to see if they could make heads or tails out of what is going on, and they did.
Okay.
Brent calls that the Horizon Project. Anyway, because I'm the boss, and like my evil twin, Dr. Evil, I'm the boss, need the info. I asked Brent after Active Region 930 exploded this week to say, okay, what did you get in this Horizon Project? Is there something going on? He said, oh yes. Do you want the facts? I said, yes, I would like that very much. What do you have on the table here? And I'll get into just the raw facts first, just the statistics, if I may. But these are in layman's terms, and they're very interesting. Earthquakes. Okay? Just bear with me just for a moment because it's apropos to the subject at hand.
Okay.
Earthquake records go back to about 1850. Earth has been fairly stable with a couple of 5.5s or greater a year, maybe a month, for all the way through 1950. There were about 2 to 4 large earthquakes worldwide per decade, big ones. Mm-hmm. Then in the 1960s, there were 13 major earthquakes. In the 1970s, that decade, 51. In the 1980s, 86. In the 1990s, that decade, 150, actually more than 150.
Wow.
And in the first 6 years of this decade, we've already had over 150 major earthquakes. Okay?
Oh, my God. Those are figures I'd never heard before, Ed.
Well, Brent's a bit, science guy. He likes stats and facts and figures, and all of a sudden this is becoming in your face to me. But there's more. There's the smaller earthquakes. That's 4.0 on the Richter scale or more, the smaller ones.
Yes.
3 months ago, we had 305 earthquakes worldwide of that magnitude. 2 months ago, in October, 335. Last month, 436. And in the last 30 days, 494, which is 60 more in the first week of December than in the first week of November.
That's impressive. It's not as dramatic and impressive to me as something that follows decades, but it is perhaps when put together with the decades of information worrisome.
What the scientists are saying is that this is not subsiding. It's actually so drastic. It may be approaching an exponential curve. That this, well, what remote viewing data is showing is that the Earth's core is heating up. The sunspot activity, I thought, was causing the Earth's core to heat up, producing warmer weather, tornadoes in London town, those kinds of things. As your book mentioned, the coming global superstorm, that kind of stuff. But
to have heard about a tornado in Great Britain is just, I just was blown away. Earth's
core is changing very fast, and I had attributed this because of the damage that the kill shot does globally. I mean, it's not just turning Earth into a rotisserie; it's shake and bake. The earthquakes and the evaporation of water quickly, those kind of things in the next few years. I anticipate that volcanism will follow because you've got so much seismic activity and the Earth's core is heating up that we're probably going to see magma being pushed up to the surface worldwide as well, too. What I didn't know was what was causing all of this. And I assumed that it was just our sun, El Sol. But it is something that is cosmic in nature, and it's a cosmic cycle, not a geophysical cycle.
All right, I have a question for you, Ed, and I'm really serious about this. Now, everybody, of course, in North America, in the Americas generally, probably is just going, oh, yawn, because we didn't have any hurricanes this year. But, Ed, I'm telling you, buddy, it's been the typhoon of the week, and that's not an exaggeration. Literally, Ed, every single week we've had a typhoon over here. That's just... I've asked around. This is my first year here in the Philippines, so I thought maybe it's normal. God help me if it's normal. I've begun to ask people, and no, it's not at all normal. They get typhoons here, but Ed, they don't have them every week.
No, we're
like
weather,
we have been having.
Weather chaos is essentially not on the horizon. It's here, too. 10 years ago on your show, I said a point's going to be reached in the not-too-distant future where mankind will not be able to raise crops the way they used to because the vicissitudes of the weather will preclude us doing that. We'll have to put crops in a sealed biosphere in order to eat.
And Ed, the problem is that the systems compound upon each other. Now, for example, we had a typhoon a couple of weeks ago, as you know, a big one. 1,000 people plus died here in the Philippines.
I'm aware of that.
And it was compounded. It was compounded because of the volcano, the Mayan volcano. There was so much rain that they had, terrible, horrible mudslides that just buried villages here. Literally buried them up and beyond the rooftops. I mean, it was almost like what happened in Italy and Sicily. I mean, it's just unbelievable. So these systems are working with and against each other.
Well, last decade on your show, I said that scientists, meteorologists, are not aware of the flux, the linkage between our sun and Earth's weather. We keep looking at the atmosphere alone, and what they're not aware of is the influence of the Earth's core on the Earth's atmosphere, and that's real as well too. Something is happening internally in the Earth, and yes, it is linked to our sun. But what I did not know until the Horizon Project pointed this out to me was that it's something beyond our solar system, which is in fact affecting our sun as well. And I was just focused on the sun, too, because I saw the damage that was occurring and was thinking that by getting the word on the streets, I could get people to think and perhaps save some lives. Saving lives meaning you need to be in a place where there's going to be fresh water and those kind of things.
It's hard for me to grasp, and maybe you're going to be able to explain after the break, how something outside our solar system, I mean, I can understand something. The distances are so vast that gravitational pulls and so forth, something inside our solar system, that I can understand if affecting us or affecting our sun in some way. But something outside would be so far away that any gravitational influence would almost be nil. So is there going to be a way you can explain to me how something so far away can do this?
Yes, to a certain degree. I can't be as specific as the scientists did that Mr. Miller gathered up as a team, but I think I can put it in layperson's terms, and I'm a layperson when it comes to this kind of, when it comes to thermodynamics and the universe. I think I can get the message across.
All right. As far as the sun is concerned, Ed, your statement is that this is the beginning of the kill shot cycle itself?
Correct. You're going to see a lot more of these very angry, nasty, active solar regions. Big flares.
And if this is what we're getting at a solar minimum, I'm horrified to imagine as we approach.
There won't be any more solar maxes.
You just put a timeline on it then.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Major Ed Dames is my guest, and he'll be back to tell us what it is outside our solar system that might be prompting all this. I'm Art Bell. You are, and I've got Ed Dames here. And one thing, no matter what you say about Major Ed Dames, and many of you say many things, you know, I sit here looking at the Fast Blast, and Major Ed Dames is clearly the most loved and hated guest we have, both emotions very strongly. One thing you have to say, and have to admit about Ed, is that everything that Ed has said has been consistent. And by that I mean the discontinuity, the solar kill shot, all the rest of it. He said it again and again and again. Over the years, he has never deviated from what he said is going to happen. And when we look at what's going on Earth right now, if you just listen to the statistics he gave regarding earthquakes over the last decades, the number of them, both large and small, and what's going on the sun, I suppose you may still doubt what Ed has said, but your ears should, I don't know, sharpen up a little bit with events that are going on in the world right now. I'm Art Bell. Ed Dames right back. Once again, Major Ed Dames. All right, Ed. I'm a believer, certainly in the statistics you laid down for us. Let's now move on to what in the world outside of our own solar system could be producing the kind of effects we're seeing, the sun, the earthquakes. What is it?
Apparently, gravity waves are doing it. Gravity is changing. The gravity waves passing through the solar system are playing snooker with a lot of the celestial bodies. The large ones just move around and shake, and the small ones get knocked around. The comets and other things outside of orbits change. Chaos reigns supreme, and that's going to pick up and intensify in the next few years.
How much so?
Oh, in a way, it gives new meaning to the term discontinuity, and sometimes you don't want to see anymore. Let me put it subjectively. It's very hard for me to digest what the scientists have come up with in terms of why this is happening. Their science is solid, but nevertheless, I've never felt more like an ant before. Just as small it can be after I've seen what their conclusions are. It isn't that something is coming. It's that our solar system is approaching something. And that something produces a tremendous amount of change. Gravity goes off the charts in terms of intensity, gravity waves.
All right. I've interviewed a number of physicists lately, theoretical physicists and so on, very interesting chaps who talk about dark matter. And while we can't detect, that's the wrong word, we can't identify and put our fingers on this dark matter, we can measure its gravitational influence. So there's dark matter out there, then there are black holes out there. I wonder if our solar system is approaching something of that magnitude.
I don't know how to explain what this is. It's great nothing or whatever you want to call it, but it does appear to have I think, and this is my based upon my analysis of all the remote viewing data of past civilizations, those kind of things, approximately an 11,500-year cycle. This isn't a solar cycle; it's a cosmic cycle. You know, I mean, isn't it very strange that history suddenly starts about 9,500 years ago with the Sumerians and a few others, and then all of a sudden we have writing and mathematics and those kind of things, architecture, pretty good architecture too, and some science. But what happened before 9,500? Well, it probably took 2,000 years to recover from this last cycle, from the end of the last cycle.
And a lot of the very credible physicists and theoretical physicists and even the SETI people have all said that one of the reasons we might not have detected another civilization is because there may be a cyclic, a cyclic event that occurs with all emerging civilizations. They appear, they become intelligent, they get to a certain stage, and then something wipes them out. Either they wipe themselves out, or some event comes along and wipes them out. And that, my friend, is why we haven't essentially heard anybody ringing our doorbell yet.
Well, you know that project, the Starman project that I have, which is my pet, that there really is a higher intelligence out there that's been here watching us. So they could very well be our progenitors for all that I know. Maybe I'll find out, maybe I won't. But what sticking my neck out really far now, which I'm so want to do, we've done some research into civilizations and to the last time this occurred on Earth. And interestingly, folks leave en masse. I'm not saying this is the rapture or anything else like that, but there is a system out there that physically takes that physically took the last time, and I don't know how many times before, how many places before, that physically took human beings away.
Took human beings away.
A lot. Before this particular event happened, just prior to it happening, too. And I think that's where this idea in the minds of some Christians of the rapture, I think that's where it comes from, that idea, too. But these are real physical, I don't want to say spaceships, but they're physical things, and they vacuum up a whole bunch of people. Now, I don't know if that's going to happen next time, but it did happen before.
When you say before, you refer to how long ago?
The last civilization. In remote viewing, we have a difficult time at judging time, so I'm going to have to surmise that it was just prior to that last 11,500-year cycle, which I thought was the big solar cycle. Well, it is, but it's a cosmic cycle that's driving the sun to outdo itself and to drive protons down to the Earth and drive the land to become fallow for a while.
Have you done any hard recent work on where we're going with this? In other words, is this going to be bad now from the sun, and is it going to get a lot worse before it gets better, or are there going to be brief intervals where things are okay, or what? In other words, I guess I'm asking you to give a kind of a forecast.
It will start slowly. You'll have on and offs where people say, "Phew, boy, it's over," and then it'll happen again, and it'll increase in frequency and then become exponential. That I know. Okay, a time period. Miller's got some good facts, my colleague, in his Horizon Project series, but I actually haven't seen that yet. He says he's got some stats there with actual timelines. I've got a link to his work on my website, learnrv.com. I think there's a link to my website on Coast to Coast, too, that your webmaster put up. So he and his team of scientists are in a better position because they've got the actual the stats and the facts. All I've got is the second sight.
Perhaps I should have them as a guest. Would they be guest worthy?
Oh yes, they're pretty prominent folks too. I think, yeah. I think that would be a good idea. That would be a good compliment, I think, to the information I've been pumping out on your show for the last decade.
Okay, Ed, you know my producer. Would you please have a talk with her and see if that can be arranged. We've really got to get to the bottom of this before it gets to us. Are there going to be? Is this the end of humanity type deal?
Yes.
Ed, or
yes. Yes, it's the end of most of us. There'll be some survivors in the reseed. I mean, the land goes fallow, but you always have some seeds, and you replant at some juncture. It seems to be that kind of thing. Yes, but the next time around, we learned this as a remote viewing military team, tangentially, and as doing some contract work for Lawrence Rockefeller on the projected ozone problem. Tangentially, we found that there is no solution to the ozone problem, but at a certain point, when the atmosphere degrades drastically and Earth is very barren, there is another race here, another humanoid race. I think it is the ancestors of the people that were taken last time, if you get the gist. Sort of a self-help program, because you don't want the Ferengi or somebody else coming back that we're just going to run from or try to shoot if there's any ammo left that we haven't used on ourselves. You're going to want somebody that looks like us, so we don't bolt and run. They're back to help us rebuild. That, as remote viewers, we stand by. There is another race here, and apparently, when I say another race, they're from another place, but we appear to be their progenitors. So they started here, and they're just coming home to help out, that kind of thing.
All right, now that you know this much about what's happening, are your plans now to bore in with a team and get us some details on that, as best you can get, timelines and that sort of thing?
No. The scientists already have those kind of things. I'm going to go with a winning team. I want contact. Because I think that the idea of, as I've mentioned before a number of times on your show, my idea is to start the rebuilding now, because I feel strongly in heart of hearts that we're going down, and there's nothing that's going to stop us from doing so. It's the end of a cycle, and it's bigger than me and all of us. And I would like to sit on the idea of rebuilding and starting the rebuild now. The way to do that is
if somebody they're out there clamoring. They want to know about safe places. Would there be places safer than others? And if so, where would those be?
As far as the sun goes, as far as the kill shot goes, I've talked about this before. Places that have a lot of fresh water. Remember, fresh water is going to dry up very, very quickly over the next few years, very quickly. Many, many people will die from that alone, not to mention not having crops, because there's no water for the crops.
What about aquifers, Ed?
Aquifers will change, because when an earthquake happens, lots of earthquake happens, as you might know. The flow of aquifers change. Some disappear and pop up another place. So those can't be depended upon. What can be dependent upon are large bodies of fresh water, such as around, as I've said before, Whitefish, Montana, places like that. That's critical, fresh water, or being around glaciers, big glaciers that aren't already melting. Because when they do melt, you'll still have plenty of fresh water. Those are critical things. Water is going to be hypercritical.
All right. What are you doing about this in your own life? I mean, last time I heard, you were headed off to
Ukraine.
Ukraine, yes. What's your schedule on that?
The echo that you hear is my empty apartment. I'm packing up now.
Oh, this is it, huh? You leave shortly?
I leave. I'm already spending half my time there. I just got back last week, going again a week and a half from now. So I'm virtually there.
Well, maybe you can tell me your secret for taking plane trips like that and not ending up with the flu. How do you do it?
Well, unfortunately, I do end up with the flu.
Sorry, I shouldn't laugh. I thought there was no secret to that, and
no, I do.
Apparently, there is.
You're in the contained airspace, and you know the routine.
I do.
I just take good stuff. I actually I have to stay healthy, so I keep myself healthy.
All right. Do you have then? What advice would you give to people? Pray. I mean, what else is there?
What advice? I am still nonplussed about the findings that this project had. I mean, I was just focused on the sun and ducking and covering there, but there is no escape from this cosmic cycle. And
all right, so wait a minute, Ed. What you've told us tonight about something outside the solar system, gravitational waves is what you mentioned, that we're entering an area, moving toward an area, or it's moving toward us, I suppose it's hard to tell, of increased gravity waves that are affecting everything, including the core of the Earth, which is heating the sun, which is erupting, earthquakes, and all the rest of it. And this is going to do nothing but get more and more severe as time goes on.
Correct.
Do they, even the scientists that you speak with, do they have any idea at all about the nature of what's moving toward us, or we're moving toward?
Yes, they do. Yes.
Well, please.
I only have some tangential information about it, and it won't be. I'll construe it the wrong way if I talk about it. It's something about. I hope this is right. I should check with Brent Miller, my colleague, but I think it has something to do with the galactic plane, but I don't know, Art. I'm not sure.
The galactic plane. All right. Isn't this something, Ed, that you should make an immediate remote viewing project to try and narrow down or see what they're seeing?
No, because it was the other way around. They were trying to narrow down what I'm seeing and what my team has been seeing over the years. They put together the science behind the remote viewing. Right now, all I'm interested in is contact, in terms of my own work and that contact, and that's happening now. I'll
the only thing you're interested. Why is the only thing you're interested in contact?
Because there's no escape from this cycle here. I want to see what I think there's value in sitting down, or to use the term loosely, with a higher intelligence, the one that's already been here watching us. I think there's some merit, minimally, to connecting with a higher intelligence and achieving contact. Whether it's ultra-terrestrial or extraterrestrial, whatever, then this, as I've mentioned, is the intelligence behind that event in Zimbabwe in 1994 where the school children were taken aside, that kind of thing. Well, we followed that back, and now there's a contact point in the American Southwest that...
the American Southwest?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So if I'm getting this right, then, you want contact, and you apparently feel that intervention is the only way you're going to live. Is that it?
I thought the intervention was a doable thing. I was looking for intervention on a global scale, but I don't think that's going to happen. What I think will happen is essentially a description of what this pickup from particular rallying points around the globe is going to consist of. In other words, if we can decompress people with the idea that, hey, certain folks are going to leave, and this is how it's going to go down, and this is the agency that's doing it. If to work on that idea, I mean, that's what will in fact happen in terms of contact. I don't know, but my hope is that escape, exodus, essentially, an exodus.
All right. Look, you're going to be on your way to Ukraine shortly. This is obviously a very hot time with all of this going on. Will your research, number one, continue when you get to Ukraine? Number two, am I going to be able to still get you on the air and get the latest reports from you about what's going on and happening?
You can get me on the air just about any time. I have to be discreet and circumspect about the area and the contact there. I told you I'm probably looking at somebody like James Cameron actually filming the event, because I'm not credible enough in terms of being a wild card out there. This has to get people like Cameron are. I mean, they've got a lot of respect, and they know they're good filmmakers, and they're believable. I have that stigma attached to me, the mystique of intelligence, and that never will go away. You need somebody out there that can report this to a wide number of people. So,
anybody who's ever been in secret government programs does have that stigma, and I can tell just from what I read here on the Fast Blast. It's funny. What people will say behind your back, Ed, versus what they will say to you in person. I open the lines and it's, "Oh, hi, Ed, how you doing?" But the computer fast blasts I get are saying, "Oh, get that jerk off the air," that kind of thing. The angry ones, they'll never have the guts to say that to you in person.
It rolls right off my back, and I can see right through them. So it's not, it's all rock and roll to me.
What's kept you on the air all this time is your consistency, the consistency in what you say, and now, of course, events that are manifesting right in front of our eyes. Ed, we'll talk to you from Ukraine, buddy. Thank you for being on the air tonight at the last moment.
Always a pleasure. Best to you.
Good night, Ed.
Good night.
From Manila in the Philippines, I'm Art Bell. All right, everybody, really going to be open lines. Anything you want to talk about is fair game. It's a Friday night, Saturday morning, traditionally open lines, and that'll be coming right up. Let's look very quickly at the news. Let's see, in Chicago, look at this mess. A gunman carried a cache of weapons past security in a giant envelope Friday afternoon, chained a law office's doors closed, then fatally shot 3 people before a police sniper killed him as he held a hostage at gunpoint, authorities said. Officers entered through another door in the U-shaped office, and a SWAT officer shot the gunman from about 45 yards away. My God, what's going on? Or this, another one, a Muslim convert who talked about his desire to wage jihad against civilians was charged Friday in a plot to set off hand grenades at a shopping mall at the height of the Christmas rush. Investigators said Derek Sharif, 22, an American citizen from Rockford, was acting alone, never actually obtained the grenades. He was arrested Wednesday when he met with an undercover agent in a parking lot to trade a set of stereo speakers for 4 hand grenades and a gun. Good God, folks, what's going on? Anyway, what's in heads out there that people these days are willing to not only give up their own life, but give up their own life to take others in random acts of idiotic violence? What in God's name is going on? Republican lawmakers and aides failed for a decade to protect male pages from sexual come-ons by former Republican Mark Foley, once described as a ticking time bomb, but they broke no rules and should not be punished, according to the House Ethics Committee. Boy. Fire at Moscow hospital kills 42. A fire broke out in a woman's ward of a Moscow drug treatment hospital early Saturday. 42 died. At least, awful as that is, it's an accident. These things where people are just suddenly deciding to give up their own lives in an effort to kill others, and it usually works, because if you're willing to give up your own life to kill others, there's not a whole hell of a lot that can be done to stop you, as we have found out very painfully over the last few years in America. In what was likely her final legislative act in Congress, outgoing Republican, Georgia Republican Cynthia McKinney produced a bill Friday to impeach our president, President Bush. The legislation has no chance of passing, serves as a symbolic parting shot not only at Bush, but also at Democratic leaders, including House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. The slain terror leader, Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, purportedly believed that Iraq's Shiite Muslims were more dangerous than U.S. forces and more evil than dictator Saddam Hussein, according to a posthumous interview published Friday on the Internet. The 33-page interview, conducted sometime before a U.S. fighter-bomber killed the former al-Qaeda fighter in Iraq leader in June, could not be immediately authenticated. Study says bees can find explosives. This is pretty interesting. Here's the latest buzz. I guess they couldn't resist on detecting explosives. Bomb-sniffing bees. A study at Los Alamos National Labs has found that honeybees can be trained to detect explosives, even tiny in quantity. These bees really perform, said bee biologist Tim Harmon. The study's leader. Whether honeybees will ever be enlisted in the war on terror looks doubtful at this point, but I can't see why not. Can you? If they can even find tiny amounts of explosives, then why not? And what is the state of the world? A world in which we have to be looking constantly for explosives. You know, I always called them the head shakers, and they remain, in my mind, as head shakers. Again, people willing to give their lives to take the lives of others. Why? What does it mean? Why are we running into this? Is it a lack of religion? Is it the fact that we have taken religion largely out of everything that is public? Is it that people no longer believe in an afterlife, no longer believe in any sort of punishment for the evil they would do on earth, and therefore we're getting more of it? I don't know. I've been giving this a lot of thought lately. I haven't got it figured out, but I'm working on it. Maybe some of you have thoughts on the matter. Why has evil, in fact, there's a really good question for the night, actually. Why has evil begun to grow? Not only in America, but frankly around the world. Why are more people than ever willing to give their lives to take the lives of others? There are, of course, certain circumstances where you can understand crimes of passion, that sort of thing. But so many of these crimes seem to involve literally nothing more than the want to take innocent civilian life. Before you go, to take as many innocent civilians with you as possible. I mean, to me, I think this marks a change. Usually when it's murder, there's a reason for it. There's some motive. Please call it, right? Motive. There's some reason for doing it. But there must be something else, something larger going on out there. Father Malachi Martin talked about the increase in evil in our world. And maybe that's the direction that I should be looking, that we should be looking at this increase in evil and why it's occurring. I don't know. It's a hell of a good question, though, if any of you feel like you've got answers. We are all ears, going to open lines in a moment. Friday night, Saturday morning, open lines is what it shall be. Let's take the plunge. East of the Rockies, Truett in Little Rock, Arkansas, you are upon the air.
Hey, great to talk with you, Art. How you doing?
I'm fine, sir. And yourself?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. Talking from KARN radio station in Little Rock. Appreciate you taking my call.
Yes, sir.
Ed Dames was talking about the kill shots. I was curious. In the past, you've talked about how you really don't want to use the collective mind power of your audience to influence weather conditions and things. And, of course, with something like the kill shot, it would happen before we would know it, so we would have to do it way beforehand. But I was wondering if you'd ever recant that decision in order to perhaps stop imminent death on Earth of all life that there is, I guess. But
yeah, well, what I've always said, sir, is that I will stop toying with it. I will stop experimenting with it. But I've always had a caveat that if something was coming our way that would virtually wipe out mankind, then at that point, I guess we wouldn't have much to lose, would we? So,
right.
If I see signs that that go even beyond what we see tonight, then yes.
Yes.
So that's your answer. Yes. But, if we have no warning, if it's like, a solar bullet that comes with all of 8 minutes to get ready for it, then there's not much we can do.
Right. Well, I guess there's probably going to be no warning at all. Really, for something like a kill shot from the sun, we wouldn't know anyway, so we would have to do some kind of foreplan for it. I'm not sure what the word is. But on the other thing you were talking about, what is what's happening to humankind now that we're wanting to kill innocent civilians? I'm coming to the conclusion that it's all about capitalism. I mean, when you look at these people over in other countries who are committing suicide with themselves, and because they have no other alternative or option, I'm sure a lot of it has to do with lack of resources, lack of money, lack of anything to do, lack of.
I don't believe it. Listen, let me stop you. I don't believe it, and here's why I don't believe it. You can look on Google. I just printed it out the other day. The United States is not one of the happiest countries. It's not one of the saddest countries. But they did a rating of happy. You know, they went. In fact, I'll see if I can go find a list. I hope it wasn't tossed. I put it out in the living room earlier. And the Philippine people, for example, they are just. Most of them are terribly poor. They are so poor. Oh, God, it's so sad they're so poor. But, sir, they are one of the happiest people on the face of the globe. And they, as a general rule, other than terrorism in the South, little spots of it, other than that, they don't blow themselves up. They don't do that kind of thing. And here we are, America, a big, rich nation, and we have people who sequester themselves in buildings with high-powered rifles, taking out as many as they can before they're taken out. Now, what the hell's that all about?
Well, when you look at it and you talk about how these kids do their high schools and things, I can see that. That's definitely not to do with capitalism. There is something crazy going on there, but...
there really is, and it's not capitalism because, as I point out, here it's just as poor can be. America, by contrast with the Philippine Islands or many other nations, is insanely rich, and yet we have these things going on. I don't get it.
All right. Well, just one last point, if I can.
Sure.
You know, last night I was listening to George Norrie, and he was talking to a gentleman. I forget the guy's name, but just that. Supposedly, according to this guy, the Star Wars initiative. Initiated by Ronald Reagan, President Reagan,
yes.
Supposedly was done to keep the good guys, the good aliens, from having contact with us, which was, I don't know, somewhat strange with me to think about at the time, but I have been thinking about it today. And, you know, supposedly people like Richard Branson or Mr. Bigelow, people like that, if they want to, they can't go against the law. If they're American, they cannot send their own extraterrestrial or their own vehicle up into space. They can't go out up above the atmosphere without breaking an American law because they are Americans. But I just wonder, you know, what right does a government have to stop somebody with the resources from doing their own thing and reaching space? I mean, I've just been pondering that today, and anyway.
Well, I don't know that it's a very good question, and I supremely appreciate your call. I don't have an answer for it. What right do they have to keep anybody who's capable of doing so from reaching space? I suppose only in the sense that, for example, the FAA controls our airspace for the safety of those who fly in it, right? We have airliners, we have commercial air traffic, we have all the rest of it, and so to even get to fly, you've got to have a license. And frankly, that makes sense. And so I suppose the same thing might apply to space, but to keep them out, no, they don't have that right, nor are they doing it. Robert Bigelow has spacecraft in orbit. Others are certainly on the way. Private efforts have been underway. All of that's picking up a little bit. But it's got to be in some way regulated, just as our airspace is regulated. When you get on an airliner, you would not want to imagine a bunch of unlicensed idiots out there flying around, possibly colliding with your airliner, would you? So regulation, yes. Prohibition, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Let's go west of the Rockies to Leo in La Grande, Oregon.
Good evening. Thanks for taking my call.
You bet.
Yeah, I was listening to your discourse with Ed there, and a couple of interesting things popped into my mind. Back in October, I was reading something, and it had to do with astrology, but it caught my eye because they said that Pluto was going to be aligned with the galactic center, which, in my uneducated, in that sense, uneducated mind, didn't mean very much, but a few days or a few weeks later, I saw that Pluto had been redesignated from not being a planet anymore.
It was stripped of its planetary status. Yes.
It was stripped of its planetary status, and this was, again, like within weeks of me reading about this. So that's just some food for thought that I thought...
by the way, sir, if Pluto is no longer a planet, what is it?
I don't know, and I don't know if that has to do with the collective consciousness thing, of people not thinking about it as a planet anymore. Would that have something to do with, with and the fact that it's aligning with the galactic center? Would the collective conscious vibration have something? Would it interfere with the effect that it's supposed to have, or not? And I was also curious to know if you were aware of the fact that and I'm not sure that this is true or not. I just read about it that in 1971 NASA discovered that in the ionosphere, and that's another thing you were talking about with Ed, in the ionosphere of the planet, it's surrounded by a thick 10 hertz layer of frequency, which is the same frequency that the human mind operates in the alpha wave.
And also very close, thank you, to the Schumann resonance frequency, of course. I don't know. All of that is pretty much above my pay grade, so I wouldn't even begin to try to answer it, but it is certainly interesting. Something is clearly changing in terms of our behavior. Something is changing, and I've been alive long enough to really see it. Now, I guess not all of you see it, and there may be many, well, there are many of you who never knew anything else other than the kind of random violence headlines we see today. But clearly there was a day when not all of this was going on. I'll try and get some of these statistics for you. And I hope that the paper I printed out the other day didn't get tossed. I didn't really mean to put it on the air, but since the subject has come up, they actually listed the countries of the world, the major countries of the world, by a happiness quotient. In other words, what the people reported. Are you happy? Are you reasonably happy? Are you content? Are you sad? Are you devastated? How do you feel? Oh, make that wildcard line, David in Montana. You're on the air.
Hi, Art. It's interesting that you mentioned the Bee Project at Los Alamos. That project was actually started at the University of Montana by an advisor of mine at the university.
No kidding.
Yeah, Garen Smith. He was a fantastic professor, great science teacher, great promoter of science.
Do you happen to know offhand, sir, what it is about a bee that makes it an excellent, even better detector than the electronic detectors we have now?
They're just super sensitive, I guess. They have amazing sensory detection, and the real thing is that they're able to be trained to do this in the first place.
How do you train a bee?
Yeah, they're able to train a bee, and that's what always blew me away about it, is that they could actually train the bees to do this. So, but actually, I called for a different reason. Okay. I wanted to call for quite some time. It was actually my first call in. It's pretty exciting to be on your show. I'm wondering if I'm the only coast-to-coast listener that is making a connection between all of the underground bases that have been being built for the last 50-plus years, and these changes that are going on. And if you think about a place that might offer some level of protection, at least from the sun, you think it might be underground. And then you mix that in with secret government and talk of aliens wandering in these complexes, it makes you kind of wonder.
Clearly, the answer to anything that would happen from the sun, or at least within certain limits, would be to be underground. There's no question about it. Now, could the government know something that we don't know? Could it be that scientists have told the government something that they have not yet bothered to tell us? I think the answer to that is yes. Would the government tell us if something catastrophic, something evil comes this way or is going to happen? And I think the answer to that is no. I would like to have more faith in my own government than that, but I think that if it was inevitable, whatever it was, an ELE as it were, they would not tell us.
Well, and you think in a situation where we're probably going to be looking at a situation where there's limited resources, then that becomes then the explanation as to why there's not going to be a mass announcement to the effect of this.
Well, I agree completely with you. Unfortunately, what would be the point of inducing panic if whatever it was absolutely inevitable and an ELE? There wouldn't be much point in telling everybody, would there? I'm Art Bell, just sort of cruising through the night with all of you on Coast to Coast AM. Indeed. Here I am. My God, the racket going on out there. Aaron has taken little Dolly to the vet to get the next in a series of shots that she's getting, which all new cats, of course, must get. And you would think that Abby has just had his right leg ripped off. He is out there crying the blues, just absolutely crying the blues. So I guess I guess he really misses her. I was running around the condo trying to figure out who got wounded. I mean, it sounded like somebody just lost a leg or something, but it's just that little Dolly is missing, and I guess Abby really, really misses her. Back in a moment. All right. You heard a caller a little while ago that mentioned capitalism, as some reason to perhaps be unhappy, or something that might explain some of this evil that's going on. And I mentioned a survey. Well, fortunately, here it is. I've got it in my hands. It comes from nationmaster.com. That's nationmaster.com. If you want to check it out for yourself. I'm going to read some of this to you, and it's unbelievable to me. It's entitled Lifestyle Statistics, Happiness Level, Very Happy by Country. All right? It actually rates by countries. Ranked as the happiest country according to the people in the surveys. Number 1 is Venezuela. That's right, Venezuela. Number 2, Nigeria. Number 3, Ireland. Number 4, Iceland. Number 5, Netherlands. 6, the Philippines. 7, Australia. And ranked down at number 8, the United States. Followed by, and I won't read the numbers, Turkey, Switzerland. The United Kingdom is number 11, Belgium, Sweden, Denmark, Canada, Dominican Republic, Mexico, Austria, Chile, Norway, Argentina, Ghana, China, Japan, India, France. Way down the list is France at 26. Brazil. My God, it goes on and on. So if you want to see this for yourself, don't take my word for it. Go look it up. It's on nationmaster.com. Nationmaster.com. So, again, here in the Philippines, I wouldn't kid you, there is abject poverty. And I mean abject poverty. And it is the 6th happiest nation in the world. So this tells us something. I'm not sure what it's telling us. It's certainly telling us that money or things are not the key to happiness, right? We'd have to think about this a little bit. Go get the list for yourself and look it over. What is it that creates happiness in a people? Clearly not. It's not money related. Clearly, kind of a mystery, really, in a lot of ways. Let's go to this line and say hello, Pablo in California. You are on the air.
Hello, Art, and Merry Christmas to you and your family. God bless you all. It is so nice to be on the phone with you again.
Happy to have you.
Thank you. Good versus evil. Breaking it down to fundamental physical concepts, there are very many people in this world that try to promote good. And the reaction to good is evil. Is that a good starting point for this?
It's a reasonable starting point. Yes, it is. There are a lot of weird things in this world that I've noted in my life. For example, and anybody who has money, I've got some money. I don't have a lot of money. People think I have a lot more money than I do. Money was never an object of my life. I was in radio because I love radio, and then magically, I guess I got good at it, and the money came. But money was never the reason that I began my career, ever in my career.
Well.
So what I found out is that if you give somebody money, and I've done that on a number of occasions, I've just given money to somebody, even close family members, that kind of thing. It comes back and bites you right in the ass. I'm serious. Inevitably, they end up hating you. The more good you do for them, the more hated you are. Now, you can take that from a personal level, and you can take it right up to the national level. The United States gives it away in bucketfuls, and what do we get for it? We're hated.
Well, that being said, you're absolutely correct, and it's interesting that you just mentioned that we are number 8 on the list. One of my favorite numbers, and it's nice to know that Iceland is up there. It's nice to know that many other countries are up there.
I mean, look at this, Nigeria. I mean, how rich is that country? Well, Venezuela's got some oil, but the people are poor. And as I mentioned here in the Philippines, number 6, there's abject poverty here. So there's no guarantee of, money is obviously not a guarantee to happiness. What is it?
Some of us have been very fortunate to travel extensively in Mexico. And I can't tell you how happy everybody is down in Mexico when you get out, away from the big touristy areas and amongst the people themselves. I love surfing. I'm a bodyboarder, a boogie boarder, as it were, and obviously that is the primary reason I go to Mexico.
On this list, Mexico is number 17 between the Dominican Republic and Austria.
Okay, well, I don't know who's taking the survey and what kind of how they're tabulating their data, but I can tell you firsthand that people in the country in Mexico are much more happy than the people in the cities in Mexico. And it's the same way here in the United States.
But what is profoundly going wrong in our country that people are willing to sacrifice their own life just to see how many other lives they can take before theirs ends?
Well,
that's too weird for me to even think about.
I know what you're saying, and I agree with the concept of how weird it is. But again, going back to the fundamental concepts of physics, and I'm by no means a physicist, as it were, but I got a pretty good feel for what's going on as a result of listening to you and your show and George and his show and many other shows on the radio.
Yes.
And all politics aside, it becomes a situation where you're either happy or you're not happy, and people want to be happy or they don't want to be happy, and they will find a reason and a way to be either.
Well, in the past, thank you. In the past, people could be unhappy without going to secure a high-powered rifle and taking out as many others as they could manage to take out. I don't know. There's been a profound change, a real serious, basic change. And this is something we all should be considering. And again, go back to what Father Malachi Martin said. If you have an opportunity to listen to any of those programs, he said, Art, you can be walking down the street in New York City, and you can pass people on the street, and you can know that they are perfectly possessed. Now, I'm not a religious nut. I'm far from it. I'm probably pretty close to agnostic. I am agnostic, really. If by meaning that I really don't know whether there is a God, I pray and I hope and I think there is a God, but I don't know it. That's why I've always said I'd go back to the time of Jesus if I could travel in time. I don't absolutely know it. I'm the kind of guy who's got to be able to put my hand on something before I can believe it. So I guess, in a way, I'm agnostic. But I have enough of a... What's the right word? I have enough of a belief that there probably is a God that I would... You know what? Even beyond that, even if I didn't think that there was a God, and I certainly do, even if I didn't think there was a God, I still would be well-behaved in the sense of not committing some awful crime, not doing anything bad to anybody. Heck, I don't even step on ants. A lot of people go out of their way to step on bugs. I don't even do that. So I'm really struggling with what it is, this profound change, whatever it is, that has made people so unhappy. If unhappy is even the right word, maybe it's evil. Maybe evil is proliferating in a way that Father Malachi Martin suggested it was, and there are simply those perfectly possessed people out there. I don't know. I truly don't know. Wildcard line 2, Tom in Seattle, Washington. Your turn.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
My cat, Sweetie, gives his sympathies to Dolly for her shots.
Well, Dolly's probably reasonably happy. Dolly's with Aaron on the way to the vet. It's Abby here who's going nuts. I thought I heard what was going on out there, and I thought a right leg got ripped off or something.
Yeah, I heard that. I wanted to talk to you about last Sunday. I was holding on wild card line 2 when time ran out, and I wanted to talk to Sean Carroll about a trip I had to Zeta Reticuli. I've been abducted 4 times. I've had 30 visits by these 5-foot-high gray aliens to my home, and they're nuts about my home-built jet that I'm building and all the model airplanes in my shop.
You're building a home-built... Wait. You're building a home-built jet?
Yeah, I'm doing a 3/4 size F-16, and I've got a Learjet engine in it.
My God. Are you actually going to fly this thing?
Well, yeah, it'll be the 3rd airplane I built like that.
Really?
Yeah, I'm alive to tell you that I can do it.
Are you going to fly in it?
Yes. What happens is you go down the runway at 5 miles an hour first to see if the brakes and the steering work, and you increasingly go down the runway till you can lift it off the ground an inch, and then you come off the power and put it down. And you're counting runway lights while you're doing that so you know how long it takes to stop. So you do this about 25, 30 times, and then you open it up to see if it's going to kill you. And you carefully check this out, and then you go around the pattern one time.
Okay, we've got a bad phone connection here. So you've been abducted any number of times, huh?
4.
4 times.
Yeah.
And do you recall the details of your abduction?
Yes, I've written a book, and I've got a CD that I need. But I wanted to talk to Sean Carroll and ask him about my trip to Zeta Reticuli and see if he could give some credence to what I saw when I was there.
Okay, well, obviously he's not here, my friend, so we can't do that. I'm going to cut that short because we have a very, very bad line. Abducted 4 times. Well, I'm not sure that Sean Carroll would have been the appropriate person for that. He, of course, was a theoretical physicist and commenting on those kinds of matters, and frankly, very much of a doubter when it comes to things extraterrestrial and that sort of thing. And, you get a scientist like that on the air, and there's really no point in pushing them on these subjects because you're not going to get that far with them. At the very best, they're going to say, well, this is something that could be. It's something that I'd be willing to look into if there was hard evidence. But that's about as far as any real legit scientist is going to go. What I would like to see one day is somebody, perhaps not Sean Carroll, he might not be the appropriate person, but some mainstream scientist really take a moment, more than a moment, and investigate all of these reports and really take about a year to delve into ufology in general and then comment on it, to see all of the evidence we do have, and then comment for us on it. But, of course, they won't do that. They have careers and families that they have to protect, so in a lot of ways it's very understandable. On the international line from Toronto, Canada, Marty, it's your turn.
Hi, Art. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
You had asked the difference between what was making the planet more evil, or the way I see it as more negative. I was listening to your show last year, and I had an epiphany overnight, and I woke up the next day, and I saw everything as positive and negative energy, meaning words, numbers,
right.
Everything. When two people argue, the positive and negative energy that transfers. And I think the question that you had asked was, why is the influx of evil taking over the planet? And the only explanation in a positive and negative simplistic way was to see it as the cycle that we're coming back onto. I see it like a piston on a motor car that comes back to top dead center. As the piston comes and hits the top of the cycle, there's another explosion that runs through the entire cycle again. And the easiest way I can explain it is through positive and negative energy. You know, the root word of good is God, and the root word of devil is evil. You know, when you look at it in simplistic positive and negative terms, it feels like there's a greater influx of negative energy pressing galactically somehow on the planet.
Well, I do wonder at some of God's representatives, those in the priesthood and so forth. Many, believe it or not, don't believe in hell. They don't believe in real evil, which really surprises me. In other words, how can you believe so strongly and have such great faith that there is a God without also knowing there is an opposite? There is an evil force, whatever you want to call it, the devil or anything you want to call it, that there is that evil force and that it seems to be on the increase here on Earth right now.
Mm-hmm.
You agree with that?
Oh, I agree that there's definitely I've felt it myself where you try and stay positive in a positive mode where you're going through maybe some difficulty in your life, and you try and think positive, and the negative seems to creep back in. And because we're connected, grounded, so to speak, right through our feet, right to the earth, it's almost like whatever happens to the earth and the planet and the core comes right up through into us. And we just react based on the energy that's flowing through the earth.
I'm also willing to buy that. That we're absolutely part of Earth.
Mm-hmm.
We cannot go into space for long periods of time without beginning to have a deterioration in many of our bodily functions and our muscles and all the rest of it. So we are connected to the Earth. I'm not sure that I go so far as Gaia, that it's a living planet. It may be, but certainly we're connected to it in a very basic way. And if something starts to go wrong with Earth, something starts to go wrong with us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's definitely that connection that I don't think we can get away from it. I think it's just a part of our being.
Yeah, well worth considering, Marty. Thank you very, very much for the call. Of course there's an evil. Of course there is an opposite of good, which is evil, an opposite of God, which is, for lack of a better word, Lucifer or the devil. And I've always wondered about that, how so many men of good faith can believe in one without believing in the other. That's always been a sort of a puzzle to me. West of the Rockies, Bruce from Ontario, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. How you doing?
Very well.
How's the quitting smoking going?
I'm doing very well. For example, during the program, during doing this program, I have managed to limit myself to 4 cigarettes, 1 per hour, during the show. Now, I smoke. I smoke. And I'm telling you, buddy, I was doing a pack a show before.
Yeah, that's a lot. I was just calling about the Hopi Indian you had on about 4 years ago. Do you remember
Actually,
that?
I had several Hopi on, yes.
Yeah, I was just convinced that that one you had on was the Word of God, right?
I don't know. They had, listen, I'm way short on time here. Was it the Word of God? I don't know. It was the word of the Hopi Nation. It was the word of that particular man. And they felt that some very difficult times were about to be visited on us. We had to do translations to do that show. It was very compelling, very interesting. If you get a chance, take a listen. I'm Art Bell. Friday night, Saturday morning, the airwaves are yours, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Art Bell, filling in for George Norrie, a well-deserved day off. In a moment, back to absolutely open lines. International line, Jose in Guadalajara, Mexico. You're on the air. I think you're on the air. Jose? Maybe you're not on the air. Let's try this. And then this. Are you there, Jose? No, I guess he's not. That was strange. It's kind of like he was on the air all by himself, so I'm not sure what happened there. Let's instead go to Joseph in Indiana. You're on the air.
Hey, hello there, Art. Been a long time I've been listening to you. You probably gave me some of the happiest moments of my life while I was driving my truck.
Good. It certainly whiles away the miles, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sure does. I remember the night you glued your lips together. Oh, my goodness. About fell out the window.
Don't remind me.
I got a little story to tell you. I got a house there in Camotes, Philippines. It's outside of Cebu City.
Uh-huh.
About 40 miles out in the water. And I went there I live in Indiana, but I had to go there for a business trip. And while I was there, the typhoon come rolling through. This is in October. So I stayed at my house. 4 or 5 days of nothing but rain. And I had brought with me 4 telescopes. And because with no street lights there, it's beautiful. No.
Well, it is, but there's an awful lot of humidity here. That's the other factor that somewhat limits the night sky. The humidity here is always in the 90s, very close to 100%.
Right. Well, you'll have to come down and check out the island there. It's a lot better. The humidity isn't as bad down there once you get away from the other side of the island there.
I see.
And but I was going to tell you about my. So I'm stuck there at the house in the rain and the typhoon. You know how that is. And about 1:30 in the morning, everything was quiet. So I jumped out of bed and I said, I'm going to look outside, see if I can see some stars. And lo and behold, there were 3 small UFOs and 1 large UFO out over the water.
Why would you have an expectation to have a good star viewing situation while it's raining and a typhoon is around?
Well, it got quiet. I'd been reading my book, and so this is like 1:30 in the morning. So I done reading the book, and I figure I'm gonna look out there and see if the clouds had cleared up because it quit raining.
I see.
And it had cleared up, and but to my amazement, 3 of these small UFOs were playing tag out there over the water. It was just amazing. So I'm hollering for my wife to bring me my glasses so I can see better. And all she's worried about is getting me my pants because I'm standing on the front porch hollering about these UFOs.
Yes. Yes, well, I'd want my glasses first, too, provided I wasn't here in Manila. Now, I suppose on an island off Cebu, you can do that, but it wouldn't be advised here in Manila.
Right. So we got to watch them for about 20 minutes. The big orange one, though, once we were standing there watching them for about 5 minutes, the big orange one moved down and kind of hid itself through the trees. Hid behind the trees.
Oh, so it actually virtually landed almost.
Yes, I'd say maybe it was 50, 100 foot off the
And how long ago was all of this?
October this year.
You told me. That's right. So what did they eventually do? Just all take off, or was there some encounter beyond that?
Well, no other encounter. They played out there for about 20 minutes. The 3 little ones, they'd go to come into one, and then they'd split off, and they do their 90-degree angle turns and shooting around out there. And the big one, he just sat out there, didn't do anything but sit. And so I went through the rest of the house trying to get everybody else that they lived on the island there. I tried to get them to get up and see these UFOs. Nobody's even get out of bed because they said it happens all the time. The fishermen see that all the time, so they weren't even interested in getting up and seeing it.
Isn't that something?
So while I'm trying to... Oh, sorry.
No, that's all right. So eventually what happened?
Well, eventually they flew away.
They flew away. Okay, well, there you've got it. That's a report from here in the Philippines. Here in Manila, because, of course, it's a very large city. I think we're a city of 11 million, 15 million. I don't know, a lot of people here. The air is, as you would imagine, in a city for the most part, and there's a great deal of humidity, so rarely do you get to see but 1 or 2 stars and, of course, the moon. Now, when you get out of the city, you get into the mountainous areas here in the Philippines or down, for example, into the area off Cebu, as he mentioned, you might have very clear skies, save the humidity factor. They're everywhere, aren't they? West of the Rockies in El Paso, Texas. Donna, you're on the air.
Hi there.
Hi.
How are you?
Very well, Donna.
Good. Well, you were on the subject about heaven and hell, and I feel that on the land that I'm actually at right now has some type of a spiritual or it was maybe a kiva or a battleground or some nature like that. It's been like about a 2-year, I would say, spiritual venture, different learning stages. And what it turns out to be is that in the backyard, I can actually, I've actually taken photos of, and I've also shown to one other person because no one else, everybody else is like scared to death of it. They consider it a battleground or something you just don't talk about, but it's the exchange between heaven and hell. I can actually see and have taken photos of the 2 apparitions, one being good, of course, the other being bad.
Well, Donna, why have you not sent them to me?
I will. Thank you. I've
all right. I am, listen to me. I am
okay.
Art Bell, ARTBELL, at mindspring.com.
Okay.
All right.
Can I finish the story, though?
You may indeed.
Please. I actually was thinking in the morning light, in the morning, the divine light comes. And actually you could see the sparkling lights going to the heavens, like the souls that have made it to heaven. Now, there's actually the other side, too, where you can see these little red little lights, like, channel off. And in the center, you can actually see the sparkling lights of, I guess, the decision-making, what I would call it.
Decision-making? What do you mean by that?
I would say that would be purgatory.
Purgatory.
Your soul, correct. I mean, whether you're going to go to heaven or hell. And what it taught me about seeing all this and trying to actually convince people to come look is that I've never been more sound in my spirituality, and I believe that what everybody chooses for their spirituality, it's not shown there. There's no right, there's no wrong religion. There's, it's absolutely just beautiful. It's peaceful. It may be scary to other people, but I believe that's what the world is missing, is that if they could see that there is good and there is bad, and it's right there in front of their eyes. I mean, it happens every other day. You can see it.
All right.
I mean,
all right, Donna, I would like you to please make an effort to go ahead and email me whatever you've got. Anything that would prove to people that there is a good and there is an evil, and that these are real entities would perhaps go a long way in changing the world. Science is closing in, I believe, on what many of us consider to be the paranormal. All of the things that we talk about on this program. Science really, truly is beginning to close in on proving some of these things. And if not in our lifetimes, then the lifetimes of our children. I think that science and paranormal are going to merge in so many areas. There may be some areas of the paranormal that science will actually be able to prove are simply myth or people's imaginations or what have you. But all of it clearly is not. And in several areas, science is starting to close in. And I kind of wonder what will happen when science makes a definitive statement about some aspect or aspects of the paranormal and verifies them. It'll cause people to think, and perhaps that will be a very good thing. East of the Rockies, way down in Houston, Texas. John, you're on the air.
Hello. I wanted to tell you that I passed a couple of psychological exams and psychological...
Congratulations, I guess.
Psychological oral boards for police exams and so forth, and I'm in law enforcement now.
Okay.
In reference, it's just to talk about credibility. in reference to Ed Dame's predictions and all his remote viewing, it's something that's in the Bible. It says all things work together for the good of them who are the called of Christ Jesus. And then also, there's nothing under the sun that is new, and all that has been will be. That's something Solomon said. And then also, I don't concern myself with things that are too profound for me. Now, I want you to know that I was advised today by a fellow employee that biometric jails will soon be coming online, where you can actually.
What is a biometric jail?
Well, what it is it's going to be some way to biologically do bio keys for officers to get in and out of jails to tend, guard.
You mean so that, for example, it would look at your irises in your eye or whatever, and that would be the key?
It'll be a keyless jail.
Yeah.
And then also, this thing about enhanced humans, well, I believe that they're already here, and there's different formulas for humans in becoming enhanced, spiritual, religious, chemical, of course.
John, if you were going to be enhanced, if you were offered one enhancement, what would you choose? What would you want? What area of enhancement would you choose?
I've already chose that, and that's my salvation through Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior. And there's going to be a day in the far future where even Satan himself and death will bend their knees and confess him as Lord, and then they'll be tossed into the eternal lake of hell. And, it's just something that I wanted you to also know that the rapture is it's going to be a real thing, and it's a real occurrence. And,
so you didn't much like Ed's description of people getting vacuumed up, but not necessarily what's called rapture.
That ties back into the statement that I made, where all things work together for the good of them who are the called of Christ Jesus. He's simply, through he's an enhanced human being, and what he's simply doing is he's lending credibility to something that's going to actually occur. And folks
All right, John, I appreciate your call. I've got to scoot. Ed is an enhanced human being, huh? Well, perhaps so. It may be that the ability to remote view would certainly be considered an enhancement, right? But it's not exactly a biological enhancement, because it's something that, according to Ed and many others, can be learned by virtually anybody. So perhaps enhancement is in our own hands, so to speak. Wildcard line 3, Ray in Florida, you're on the air.
Merry Christmas, Art. This is Ray, listening on the sky with my striped orange cat backs. And I had told you about 19 miracles, told you 2 of 19 miracles. I'm somewhat of a psychic and a amateur scientist, and I have a theory about matter. It has to do with polarization that might explain the human condition gone awry, as well as what Ed Dayton was saying about dark matter and the gravity coming close, gravity waves.
Yes.
The typical analogy is an hourglass. If you consider sand falling through an hourglass, or the infinity sign, but also in the antimatter realm, it falls back through. It changes into antimatter and falls back through. Scientists say that the universe is composed of 75% dark matter, and there's some small percentage, like 12% or something, of dark energy. And there's only something like 12% of, or 7% of visible matter in the universe, and 12% of visible energy in the universe. And what it is, it's not dark matter, it's antimatter. And the scientists say that when matter comes in contact with antimatter, they annihilate it. Actually, when the Big Bang took place, it went out in both directions. It went out in antimatter and matter. And the two are tied together kind of like 2 loops of a string, like the infinity sign. And so out there in like, say, when one star comes closer to another, each star's mass is increased. It's kind of like, you remember the experiment in 1942 where they were beginning to build the nuclear test, and they had two model trains, and each one having part of the critical mass. When they came close to each other, the critical mass began to glow.
That's correct.
And the scientists flipped one train off the track to keep from having a nuclear explosion. Well, that's what's happening in other words, our Earth, the solar system, and our star and other stars, they all have matter that interposes with each other. And as it comes close, as a star comes close, or a large comet or anything like that comes close to our solar system, it begins to build the energy in our own solar system. That's why the Earth is. And the polarization is kind of like, the people, the human condition is going to awry because the people are becoming polarized, like that one guy said about Guyana, and that lady was just saying about the purgatory.
Yes.
That all ties in.
All right. Well, you know what? It kind of makes sense that anything that would affect our Earth, anything that would affect our solar system, would affect us. I do think that we are absolutely tied to. I don't want to get too foo-foo on you, but I think we're tied to Earth. I think we're tied to Mother Earth, and as Mother Earth changes, so do we. So the change in the human condition that we've been discussing tonight could well be tied to some event that we have yet. It could be, he said, polarization. It could be virtually anything. But the fact that the change is underway, I think, is beyond dispute. At least in my mind, it's beyond dispute. They still represent head shakers, and I don't have the full answer. Perhaps that man did, or one of you does. I don't know. All I know is we really are changing. West of the Rockies, all the way to Homer, Alaska. Ken, you're on the air.
Yes, sir. I'd like to start this conversation by saying I want to tell you something that I know, not what I believe, think, or feel.
Okay.
Okay. And I know that you can know God. And this is basically how it's done. When you hold yourself to Christ's standards and you try to keep his law, the law acts like a plow, and it also acts like going through labor pains. And after a few times of being tried through this, he will reveal himself unto you. This is called the beatific vision, and you can look it up in the dictionary. I went through this vision. I know my Lord and Savior. I know he's no liar. That's what you have to know.
Okay, well, I'm envious of you that you know this. I wish I did.
And you can. It's available to all. It says whosoever will. So it's a matter of your will.
Okay.
And it's just in doing it. If you follow what he says do, and you hold yourself to his standards, you don't add nothing to it or take nothing from it. That's
okay, I don't think we're able. I don't think we're really able to keep up with his standards. He was the one that was perfect, right? We can model ourselves after him, and we can try and do our very best. And I certainly do that, but we are not perfect. Somebody said we're all sinners. Those of us walking the earth right now, and I think that's accurate. From Manila in the Philippines, I'm Art Bell. Indeed, here I am. It's your night. Open lines. Anything you want to talk about is absolutely fair game. How you doing? It's feels like one of those nights. We'll be right back. Maybe all of this is wrapped around the number of people that are on the earth right now. I think we all pretty much understand that there's lots of essentially vacant land out there, that the human race is concentrated into the larger cities, and that there's still a lot of empty land on the earth. But what the actual supportable level of population on the earth is an entirely different question, and how the earth changes are affecting those who walk upon its surface is yet another question. All right, back to the lines we go, and let's try again on the international line for Jose in Guadalajara, Mexico. Are you there, Jose?
Finally, Jose is here.
Okay.
Hello, Art. I just love your show. I listen often here via the computer, and I wanted to comment on the apparent growth in violence and evil in the dastardly deeds that human beings do to each other.
Yes.
At the risk of sounding Bible thumping-ish, if you'll excuse that expression, not only does the Bible talk about in Daniel and in Revelations that during the end of the age, a release of evil will be set upon the world as has never been seen before.
I think we could say that's underway.
I see it as very clearly, and in Ephesians chapter 6, which talks about, and I don't think many people in the world actually believe this, but that we do not battle against flesh and blood, but against powers and principalities. I think if people would understand that scripture and understand the period of time that we're in, we could defeat evil more than not. I truly believe that. And your show allows people to expand their minds and think. Art, you and George and this whole coast-to-coast thing is a wonderful worldwide blessing, and thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And I do think, and again, I am not a thumper, as you know. I'm far from it. I think I'm a believer, but I'm not a thumper. And I'm not sure what that distinction is. I guess it's absolute faith, which I can't say that I have. I don't have absolute faith. I have faith. Can you say that? Can you have faith without having absolute faith? If you have doubts about something. For example, we've had people tonight calling and quoting the Bible. I don't necessarily believe that every word in the Bible is as it was delivered originally. I think that man may have changed a very great deal about what was originally said. That I think that human fingerprints and footprints are all over the Bible. So do I think it's word for word, unchanged? No, I really don't. I don't have faith about that. I mean, you only need to look at how the world works now and how history is written, or rewritten, might be a better way to put it, to understand that something that is virtually 2,000 years old might not have made it in, word for word. But as a general rule, I believe that Jesus did walk the earth, and I believe that all of that did happen. I don't know that we can believe the Bible word for word, and I guess I don't. I guess I have my doubts about that. Jim in Los Angeles, you're on the air.
Good evening, Art.
Good evening.
I called you a few months ago and shared an interesting ice cream product with you, the cheddar cheese ice cream. I was wondering if you had a chance to look into that.
I have not. Cheddar. The idea of cheddar cheese and ice cream just don't go together in my mind.
Well, it didn't in mine either, but don't worry, I'm not selling the stuff. It seemed like a very unconventional thing that would be appropriate to a show that deals with unconventional stuff.
Well, under that category, yeah, it fits right in. Mm-hmm.
Now, there was something else I was thinking of, your questions about the nature of religion and faith. I am not a particularly religious person, but I can...
Nor am I, and I didn't... by the way, I really want to make clear, I did not intend, nor do I want this to turn into some sort of religious show. We're not that. We touch on these topics because they're part of the paranormal, but I don't by any means want to turn this into a Bible quoting show. That's, in fact, I used to not allow Bible quotes, and I really don't want to now either.
Oh, well, don't worry. I wasn't going in that direction, but I was thinking of something that you would probably qualify as an expert on, and that is the nature of radio. And there are a lot of things that we take for granted about that, but we take things on faith. Having I've never observed a radio wave, but I know how to tune into them and make use of them in a practical daily manner.
Correct.
And that's enough for me. And while I don't go into the highly religious way, I do think that there are certain principles that kind of make sense.
Yeah, but Jim, we can scientifically explain and even show how radio or television waves propagate and why they propagate. What we cannot show and cannot yet understand is how evil and or good propagate. Whether there really are points from which they emanate, just to use to stick with the analogy of radio or television. We know where radio and television signals come from, and again, we know how they propagate. With good and evil, we don't know from where they come, and we don't know how they propagate.
No, I would go along with that. Although I think there are some things that, we don't know exactly, the specifics. There are some things that we know, some things we know do work, and some things that don't. With this holiday season, I pay attention to conversations I might overhear in a store or amongst, the children of friends, and
right.
There are, and this kind of thing. I think this will touch on the happiness question as well. There are things that I observe now that would be completely unheard of when I was that age. Say 20 or 30 years ago. That just a level of commercialism that it wasn't there. And it was a little bit. There were still spoiled kids that I went to school with, and
yeah.
But it was very different. I think perhaps part of our great technological progress has brought so many more things to that you absolutely got to have.
Yeah, that's a very, very good point. I wonder how much of the new age of technology really is good. I'm tossing these terms around, good and evil, and I don't know that technology is good or evil. It's neither one. I wonder how it affects us. I really wonder how it affects us. Clearly something has begun to affect us in a negative manner, from a social point of view, in a negative manner, that there is so much violence, that there are so many people willing to just give their life, again, in order to take as many innocent lives as possible before they take their own or they know their own will be taken. That there is so much of this going on does mean there's been some gigantic change. Let's go to Milwaukee, east of the Rockies. Carl, you're on the air.
Hello, Art. It's good to finally talk to you.
Good to have you.
I want to thank you for your great programs. And what I wanted to discuss is I don't dispute the parts about some of the callers before they mentioned having the connection to the Earth, but above the Earth, we have social engineering going on. We have, people removal of 10 commandments from buildings, which are kind of rules which are not bad, and I don't see what harm they do, but obviously it bothers some people. But
it obviously does bother a lot of people, and there's a war. There's a literal war underway in the United States to separate completely and without any reservation religion and government, to have them so totally separate, and we've just gone too damn far with it. That's all there is to it. We've gone too far with it, and removing this much religion is beginning to have telling effects. And if it isn't that, then it's something else that I've missed. It's the only thing you can really point to that's a possible answer for what's happening. I'm at a loss here, buddy. How about you?
Well, I am in a ways too. I remember here in Milwaukee when I was a young child in the 50s. There were only 2 murders in this town all year, and now it's like over 100 a year. And how that occurred, and it occurred so fast. In a matter of like over 10 years, it just grew so quickly. But I don't know. Although, sometimes I mean, I lived in a poor neighborhood at the time as a child, and we're poor Europeans that were living in an apartment building, and next to us were black buildings, and we never feared walking the streets, and there was no racial hate at the time between us, and well, maybe because we were all poor, but at the same time, my mother, through example, taught me a lot of what I believe and how I live my life.
Mm-hmm.
Part of it, they came from a small country called Latvia, and during the time of the German occupation, sometimes you find kindness, or I don't know what you would call it at the time, in the strangest places, like an SS uniform. My mother was caught by an SS officer giving food to the people behind the barbed wire who were being starved, and she never really acknowledged his presence. Although he said, you could be shot for this, she never acknowledged it, kept on doing what she was doing, and walked away.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe there was some part of him that was human. I mean, even some Nazis, I suppose, were not fully into what the state was into. So I can imagine that. I can imagine some humanity leaking through. There were people, too. As history continues to unfold, you tend to take a group like the Nazis, and I'm certainly not defending them in any way. They were horrible. But you lump them all together, and they were evil, incarnate evil, right? Well, I'm sure not each and every one of the individuals was that way. There were some, I'm sure, who were quite human and doing what they felt they had to do, which didn't justify it. I mean, you know that old thing of, I was just following orders, is insufficient to be sure, but I'm sure there was humanity scattered among it. Let's go to the first-time caller line, and Shane in Louisiana.
Hello, Art. How you doing tonight?
I'm okay, Shane.
Oh, great. To touch on your, your subject of matter, but evil and how it's propagating right now. There's always been evil, but I guess there's just like a big outcry from what people are doing evil towards innocent people, especially like in the United States and America. Terrorists.
It's not limited, Shane, to the United States at all. And I think propagating is really a good word. Propagating is a good way to think of it. It is propagating, almost like a radio or a television wave.
Of course. And but I really want to talk about sound waves. And
okay.
I know I want to pick your brain about sound technology and why our guests don't elaborate on
No, I don't know. What is it? What is it specifically you're asking about?
Well, how sound can be used to levitate, items.
Oh, well, that's okay. That's surely just brand new in the news. I guess many of you have seen the story, but they've now managed to use sound to levitate not just small things, but even insects and even small fish. I think I read that story last week, and what I thought was particularly hilarious, if you can imagine a levitated fish, using sound waves to levitate a fish. Sound, of course, has a force. It's like anything else in the world. Have you ever gone to a concert, for example, and have you felt the boom, boom, boom in your chest pushing against you? Well, that's a force. Sound, of course, is a force, and sufficiently great amounts of it, concentrated properly, are enough to levitate a fish, for example, into the air. And the scientists, after levitating the fish, I guess were humane enough to take a little needle and inject some water around the fish so that it could levitate in a little blurb of water. So if you can wrap your mind around this, there was a little fish levitating in midair with a little bubble of water all around that. Strange stuff. Let's go to wildcard line 3, and I think it's Karen in Iowa.
Yes. Hi, Art.
Hi.
I have known about this for quite a while, and I've just waited for people to come to a realization that it is happening, because the story is going to sound a little bit out there.
What are we talking about?
Okay, in 1982, there was stories of a red moon, an eclipse, happening on June 6th. Well, the newscaster out of Springfield, Missouri, I was in the Ozarks, had said that there was going to be an alignment of the planets and a strange child being born that night. Then I saw it on a tabloid. The woman I was living with was a Wiccan. Mm-hmm. So the Wiccans got on their phone. You know how they all call each other when events are happening. Well, she was told she needed to do her circle that night. And if you know what a circle is, you put it around the property to protect you. The protection circle?
I'm aware of what it is, yes.
Yes. So other people would know. And we weren't allowed to sleep, and we had to dress in garb and do a ritual, protection ritual. And she sat me down and she told me that the third of heaven on the night that this child was being born was going to open up. And that all these little demons were going to try and find bodies before the end times. And the 7 seals were going to start happening on the earth. And she said, this AIDS, she said, this is one of them, one of the plagues. As you know, 82 is when the news broke about AIDS. And she said, and it's going to get worse, and there's going to be earth changes, and thus. But this evil child was going to be what we know today as the Antichrist, born June 6, 1982.
So he walks on the earth today and has since June 6, 1982.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
And
I think I've got it, and I hope you're wrong. I sincerely hope you're wrong, because if he now walks, why, we're all in danger. But if you look around at what's going on the earth, and actions by those who tread upon the earth, one might almost believe that could be true, huh? From Manila, the Philippine Islands, the Philippine nation, I'm Art Bell. You know what? That's a really interesting proposition. Consider radio waves. It was that caller who brought it up. Radio waves and television waves propagate, don't they? We understand how they propagate. We understand about the electromagnetic spectrum. We have a very good understanding of how radio waves propagate, how UHF, VHF radio waves propagate to a line of sight distance, and even on occasions beyond, through one means or another, ducting and other ways. We understand how shortwave signals propagate. But what we don't understand is how evil, or perhaps even good, also might propagate. Is it possible that the increase in evil that we see manifesting in the world, and it is a different kind of evil, I mean, God knows people have always killed each other. They've always had motive to kill each other, envy, hatred, theft. I don't know, you could go through a whole list, right, of things and reasons why people, jealousy, reasons why people kill each other and do what we consider evil. But if you'll excuse the expression, in the old days, there used to be reasons, motives, albeit ones that would put you in jail or have you executed for what you did, but reasons, motives, things that others, though they certainly wouldn't agree with, would understand. Or you would have some idea of why somebody committed such a terrible offense. But today we have these, and I still call them head shakers, these seemingly pure evil things that just, let me see if I can get a gun and go kill a bunch of people before I kill myself, or the police do it for me. Those kinds of things. It's almost like that kind of evil is propagating. Could it be true? Could evil be propagating at a frequency that we don't understand? Well, all right, as promised, back to open lines. Anything you want to talk about is fair game. First-time caller. No, make that wildcard line. Tiffany, you're on the air in Illinois.
Hi, Art. How are you tonight?
Just fine.
Okay, I'm just calling because I want to talk about the paranormal for a minute. This
Sure.
isn't about good or evil. This is just shadow people, actually.
Okay.
My grandmother died in 2002, in January, but the day she died, I was outside taking down Christmas decorations and Christmas lights, and I could see something looking at me through the living room window, and I saw like a black, shadowy thing. And I'd seen them before when I was growing up, but I didn't really talk about them because they kind of creeped me out. But my mom started calling me. She's like, Tiff, come in here. I'm like, what? She's like, did you just see something in the window? She's like, because I was walking out the dining room, and I saw this thing. I said, so did I. I said, but I just figured it's one of those, little things you see with your eyes, nothing big deal. She's like, well, I've seen them before when I was growing up. She was telling me about what they were, shadow people. So she and my grandmother, her mother, have seen these before. And they don't when you were younger, they don't shed light on things for you. So later on that day, my sister was downstairs in the basement, and she started screaming because she saw something looking at her. And it was a dark, shadowy figure. And right when we went downstairs, she's telling us what she looked for it. My aunt and my grandma lived upstairs, my dad's mom. My aunt started screaming. My grandma just died in my house, just dropped dead. And she had nothing wrong with her or anything. She didn't die of cancer or anything. She's about 74, 75. I mean, she was in great health. So ever since then, though, anybody that's died in my family, my mother, my sister, and me, the day of their death, we see something. I mean, even if it's an animal, my cat just died 3 months ago, and Shadow, and my mom said the same thing. She saw it in the morning. I saw one when I was coming out of my house. So it's just, you see these things, and there's something out there. I don't know if it's good, I don't know if it's evil, but there's something to tell you that, we're not alone out there.
I'm with you all the way, Tiff. I think that animals are harbingers of things like death, and for me, it's been birds. Absolutely no question about it. I guess different humans have different experiences. I wonder if it's real or if our brain is just attaching. No, you know what? I think it's real. In the middle of asking that, myself, in the middle of asking that question, I realize, no, I don't think it's our brains cooking that up. I think it's absolutely real. I've experienced it myself. What can I say? On Wildcard Line 4, Chuck in Bay City, Michigan, you're on the air.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
I say this to you with Father Malachi Martin in mind. The escalation of the worldwide social madness that you perceive, Art, is being caused by worldwide government-sanctioned mass murder where the antagonists are the mothers of the innocent and defenseless victims. In comparison,
I don't think we can blame this on governments.
Well, it's government-sanctioned. I'm not trying to blame it on the government. It's just worldwide government-sanctioned mass murder. And the antagonists are the mothers of the innocent and defenseless victims. In comparison, the cumulative human
give me an example of what you're talking about so I understand.
It's the abortion issue.
Oh.
You see, in comparison, the cumulative human sacrifice of children in the Middle Ages and the ancient world combined does not even come close to matching the magnitude of child murder in modern times that is being done in the name of the right of the mother to do so. What better excuse does Satan need to unleash boundless evil upon the world? Especially when you take into consideration this propagation idea. This is the inverse propagation, which would increase the frequency of evil against those in the world who are responsible for the slaughter of the innocent.
Okay, well, I have some sympathy with what you're saying. It seems to me that once you've created a life, it's a life. I don't know how you get around that. I just don't know. I can't figure a way around that. I've considered this issue, and of course it's torn society apart, the issue of abortion. And I think that I've pretty well settled in my mind, anyway, and that's not worth much. But I've settled in my own mind that when you create a life, something I recently did, you've created a life. There's a heartbeat there. Erin is just at the end of her first trimester, and gosh, you can hear the heartbeat. even externally. How do you get away from saying that's a life? How do you get away? You just can't get away from it. There's just no reasonable argument that that's not a life. There's a little heart beating in there. There are little limbs and teeth and fingers and arms and legs, and it's a human being, and it's forming, and it's in there, and its heart is beating. And how do you get around that? I don't. Now, I know that legally, I guess they've found ways around it, but I'm not at all in concert with them. To me, it is a life. Simple as that. It is a life. Again in Mexico, Ted, you're on the air.
Hey, Art, can't agree with you more with what you just said there. I was just lucky enough to see the ultrasound of my own little guy not too long ago, and yeah, it's
a life. No, there's no way around it. It's a life.
Yeah.
You make all kinds of legal arguments and crap.
Sure,
but it's a life.
You can spin all the fancy words you want, but you're not going to convince me otherwise. Which, anyway, a little bit off topic because otherwise, I'm a liberal, godless atheist, and I was tongue-in-cheek, of course, but I was just calling to interject a little bit of a healthy skepticism in. Been listening to you for over a decade, man. I'm a huge fan, and you're the best. However, I just wanted to throw out a little bit of, from the peanut gallery about 2012 and Major Ed Dames. I just think odds are I've got a good feeling that I'm going to be celebrating my little boy's 7th birthday in 2013 just fine. I think that, hopefully computer technology and the internet will get a little bit better, and we'll have a few other improvements. I'd sure love to see some flying cars, but I'm really not anticipating a cataclysm in 2012, and I'm not too worried about the kill shot.
Well, I'm not anticipating anything particular.
Oh no, I know you. Oh, Art, I know you aren't. You're the venue, and you're the man. But I'm just saying. I'm not arguing you. I'm just arguing.
I don't even think that Ed Dames has said anything about 2012. He certainly has said plenty about the kill shot.
No. I'm sorry. I was conflating the two. No, Ed Dames and the kill shot, and 2012. I was just trying to voice my
in other words, you don't think the world's about to end.
Just to kind of counter a few prevalent notions on the show versus vis-a-vis 2012 and Ed Dames. Well-intentioned,
forget
though I believe
forget 2012, sir. Forget 2012.
I'd like to emphasize I don't think Ed Dames is like a sham artist or anything.
Okay, all right. Forget Ed Dames. Yeah, forget Ed and forget 2012 for just a moment. But begin to look at things like no more fish in the ocean in 50 years.
No, exactly. Oh, Art, you beat me to the punch. Exactly. I think there are many more clear and present dangers that are facing us. I don't think it's all, rose-colored glasses is certainly not how I am viewing the future. But I think that we are doing ourselves a disservice to be worried about completely frivolous things like, the Mayan calendar or I don't know. Yeah, there are very, very serious problems confronting us. And the sooner we look at them objectively and scientifically and rationally, the better. And I'll take your comments off the air, but thank you so much for taking my call. And I wish you the best with your new wife and your new baby.
Thank you so much. I, too, don't attach anything. I'm not concerned about 2012. I think 2012 may come and go without incident. I do worry a little bit about what Ed Dames is talking about because I see the sun acting in a way it ought not be acting. That's worth a little bit of concern. I do have some faith in remote viewing's ability. I believe that remote viewing is real. I am concerned that Ed has always been in every way consistent about what he has called the kill shot or the discontinuity, whatever you want to call it. There might be something out there. But there are plenty of current things to be concerned about. As I said, for example, our ecological picture is pretty dim, folks. All the fish gone from the ocean in 50 years. All these dead spots appearing. The North Pole melting. the South Pole becoming unstable, the increase in the storms that we're having, the number of them and the strength of them, these are all things that are absolutely real and are worth being rather concerned about, frankly. First-time caller line, let's make it Jim well, we can't make it. It is Jim in Pennsylvania. Hey, Jim.
It certainly is, and what a thrill and an honor to speak to you, Art.
Good to have you.
Listen, I want to give you a little bit of a different take on this this wave of evil that seems to be infesting the world.
Okay.
32 years ago, I was duped into joining an, I guess you would say, an apocalyptic sect, religious cult, denomination, whatever you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
Because these people were predicting Armageddon, the end of the world was going to come in 1975. Now, I was raised in a very religious family, and I felt that I was being handed a sacred trust. So I joined with these people, looking to separate the sheep from the goats in hopes that I could help save as many people as possible before the world came to an end.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I lasted in this belief system for about 6 years before I discovered that I had basically been duped. I'd been a victim of a subtle form of mind control. And that's what I wanted to mention to you. What I see radical Islam doing is utilizing that same type of brainwashing technique to their followers. Now, I'm not talking about,
yes, I think it's very similar.
Common day Islam. I'm talking about the radical components of Islam.
Yeah, I know. I think it's very similar. Of course it is.
Yeah, see, I lived in the Caribbean for 13 years on a very small island. And down there, people used to say, oh, you've got such a horrible crime problem. It wasn't really any worse than any place else. The only difference was living on a small island. It was like being in a small town surrounded by water. Everybody knew everybody else, and you not only knew the victim, you also knew the criminal.
Sure.
Technology today has made the entire world about the size of that little island. And I think what's happening, Art, in just my point of view, is that the world has become so small that it's so easy for radical Islam to find converts around the world through the decreasing in the size of the world through the internet, through other technologies, that they're able to broadcast this mind control technique that they're utilizing to get these people to go around the world and to do their bidding.
Okay, look, I'm willing to agree with you that perhaps the radicalization of those of the Islamic faith is perhaps a little easier because of technology. There are many who would say that this apparent propagation of evil, though, is not real. And the only reason that we're hearing about these apparent mindless crimes is because of technology, because we have instant available news. And this is where I wish to argue with those people. I don't think it's true at all. Sorry, I'm 61 years old. And I can tell you right now that when I was young, we had nowhere near, and I'm talking about in the United States now, we had nowhere near the number of crimes of the head shaker variety that we have now, where unfortunately you read about somebody walking into a store with a gun and just starting to shoot people, going to the top of a watchtower and beginning to pick people off until either they commit suicide or the police get them, a sniper gets them. Now, I'm reading those stories virtually every day, and there's nobody that's going to convince me that a simple increase in the amount of communication accounts for the increase in the kind of mindless, evil, and I'm willing to use that word, evil crimes that we're seeing now. Is it possible that evil is propagating? Not perhaps in the same way as radio and television, propagating through its own medium, one we don't yet understand, but in fact, propagating. West of the Rockies, Dave, you're on the air.
Hey, how's it going, Art?
It's going.
Hey, how you doing down there in the Philippines, man?
Doing okay, Dave.
Hey, glad to hear about your little kitty, too. I'm a cat person myself. Hey, listen, Art, I got a couple for you. As far as the good and evil thing, okay? I'm kind of an Jungian guy, you know. I mean, I believe in the duality of the universe. You know, I mean, when you get right down to it, Art, you know, it's up, down, left, right, yes, no, guilty, innocent, black, white. You know what I mean? You know, I mean, that's the way it is. You know, you can come in with gray matter, you know, or gray arguments, you know, and, you know, you mess around and OJ gets free, right? I mean, you know.
Yes, but Dave, what I'm saying is while it's yes, no, black, white, and all the rest of it, right now it's more evil than good.
You know why? And you know why? Because there's a balance in the universe, Art, okay? Now listen to this. Think about this a minute. We have so many marbles. We got black ones, we got white ones, you know, good ones, bad ones, right? Let's just say you lose something good in this world, like let's say you know, that good guy Steve Irwin. He was a great person. I mean, he loved animals. He was a good person at heart. Princess Di, she was great. You know, she was a good person. Mother Teresa, you could go on, right? You lose somebody like that. Somebody like that is taken out of this world. Art, that leaves a vacuum, man. You know, for a moment. And guess what? That enables a black marble to drop right down in. Okay. You know, I mean, that's just what I, you know, that's just how I feel about things, you know. Now, as far as why can people go, how come nowadays people are going into, you know, feel no pain about going into a nursery and self-detonating? Well, look at it, Art. Think about it, how people are now, how hopeless people feel. Think about how you can't, you know, really discipline.
Dave, we're at a break point. We got to hold it right there. How hopeless people feel, huh? So is it poverty? Is it capitalism? Is that the great evil? That's kind of where I think it was going. Hopeless? People feel hopeless? I've got something to say about that when we get to... We've got a break right now. We'll be right back. Boy, I tell you, I get so sick of hearing about the evil capitalistic ways. I get so fed up with it. I really should do some photography here for all of you so that you can understand the abject poverty here in the Philippines. I mean, it's beyond anything you can possibly even imagine. It's just beyond what you can imagine. You would have to see it. Actually, you would have to be part of it. Pictures really just only convey one visual part of the message. It's not enough. The poverty here is beyond what you can dream. And yet, for some reason, these Philippine islands rate in happiness in the survey above the U.S. and above many, 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 many other countries where you would expect people would be very happy. So happiness is not tied to the almighty dollar. It's not tied to capitalism. It's not tied to anything in particular. There's propagation of something that's going on. And it doesn't have anything to do with capitalism, doesn't have anything to do with money, doesn't have anything to do with things. It has to do with something spiritual, something propagating, something spiritual. We'll be right back. Julie in Emerald Hills, California says, Art, is it possible that perhaps mental illness is propagating? Is violence in our movies, on television, video games, creating the evil behavior? How about our violent sports, or the fact that we have more guns than any other nation? Is isolation playing a part? I don't know. Julie, if I had the answers, I guess I'd be preaching instead of asking questions. I have no idea, but certainly what you're suggesting is an interesting proposition. Could mental illness or some form of it be propagating? Perhaps so. Back to the lines. Let's go to wildcard line 4, and I think that would be Dan in L.A. Hi.
Hi, Art. How are you?
Fine.
Evil is propagating at 3 major frequencies. The first frequency that evil is propagating at, surprisingly, is at the infinite. Evil is infinite. Good, by definition, has boundaries, such as the Ten Commandments. And as I understand it, speaking with...
How do you know this, Dan?
I've spoken to extraterrestrials and their leader, who is Satan. Satan is the leader of the extraterrestrials. So in antiquity, when it was decided whether we should time travel or not, the good said no, we should not go there. Evil said, why not, and went there. when it was decided whether we were going to have animal-human hybrids and all types of scientific experiments with no boundaries, evil went there, and evil became more powerful than good. Evil is infinite. Now, evil is also used to administrate justice. So in the last days here on Earth, evil is coming from all around the universe, the reptilians and the grays, to execute vengeance, which is sometimes merciful. If you're going to starve to death or die a slow death, it might be better to go quickly. And vengeance, evil is kind of the judge, jury, and executioner, and we're all going to die.
Okay, well, we'll have to hold it there. Well, on that cheery little note. Yes, of course we are. But I thought it was always vengeance. Wasn't that part of what the Lord said would be his? I don't know. Wildcard line 3, J.D. in Omaha.
Hey, Art. I think people are doing some of these crazy things. I believe it's all, love. I mean, people are putting their love, towards greed, lust, addiction, power, etc., and their love's not, going towards their children, and their children aren't getting the love they need, and they see all these people, getting the love that they need, so they end up hating these people, and then they start hating themselves, I believe. And when people, you can't live hating yourself and hating everybody else around you, so I think it just builds up, and then why not just take the people, you basically envy and yourself out at the end.
That's apparently what people are doing, whether they're doing it for the reasons you stated or, and I think it's perfectly reasonable, what you said, or some other reason I think is worth exploring. In fact, it's mandatory that we explore it. We've got to figure out what's going on. Hello?
Oh, sorry. Well,
That's
I don't know. Everybody's striving to get power and everything, and people aren't going to get, it's just getting worse and worse. I mean, a family is, built on love, and if there's love, everybody stays happy, and, and everybody stays sane. Nobody does nothing. And I don't know. I just believe love is deteriorating in this world, and,
That's a simplification, but I think you're right on the money. I think he's right on the money. I think the antithesis of all of this is love, and maybe there just is not as much love as there used to be. Maybe a lot of the unloved, the neglected, the TV children of the world, maybe we're just reaping the harvest of what we planted some years ago. I don't know. It certainly is an interesting topic, though, isn't it? East of the Rockies, Daryl, you're on the air.
I'd like to say, first of all, good morning, because I'm from New York, and our time zone difference. Okay, and I was recently, about a month ago, I was listening to a talk show host that was affiliated with you years ago, whom always gives you kudos. And on her show, she had a guest, a caller that called in and claimed many things about the government. And one of the things he claimed that the government can control weather. And it made me very curious.
Well, if that's true, I'm very angry at them. We've had a typhoon every week here lately, and so I'm angry at them.
Okay, but it made me very curious. It made me go into an areas of which I can't get in my area because I'm in a very Christian area. I can't get a hold of, like, witches, warlocks, and Wiccas, and I would like to have their views on if the government can control this. Do they feel that they have equipment that can do this, or do they have people that can actually control weather?
No, I don't think so. And Daryl, to be honest with you, I really don't think the government nor anybody else can control weather. Now, I say that with some margin of error. The Russians have made claims about being able to control this or that. I don't know. I kind of doubt it because it's really been getting bad. It's been getting considerably worse, hasn't it? The storms have been getting more in number, more in severity. So if they are controlling the weather, then they're either doing a lousy job of it or they're intentionally screwing things up. First-time caller line, Rob from Clearwater, Florida.
Hey, Art. It's an honor speaking to you. Thank you for having me on the show. A subject that I've been fascinated with over the years, and I believe you or George has I've done shows on it before, and I was wondering if you might possibly in the not too distant future do another show on the Philadelphia experiment.
Oh, yes. I have, of course, I did the original interview with Al Bielek, and I've done quite a number of shows on it, which are there for the listening. I'm not sure that, unless we had another, for example, witness or somebody who participated in the experiment, that it would be worthy of doing another show. We'd have to have somebody who was part of it or knew something that we have not yet heard about it. But it was certainly fascinating, and something really did go on.
I've read quite a bit about it, and I'm convinced that something did go on as well. Are there any actual eyewitness accounts to the crew members that became meshed in the metal of the destroyer of the ship?
That's very controversial. Rob, other than Al Bielek, who certainly claimed to be a witness, I don't know who else we could get. But if let's sort of put a punctuation on what he said. If there are any other witnesses still alive who can talk about the Philadelphia experiment or who were witness to some of the things that happened, I certainly would like to talk to you. Off to Marianne in Denver.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
I think it's the soul that you're trying to put your finger on. If we don't edify the soul, then the soul gets very sick. And we have our own individual souls that can be sick, but our countries and our nations have a soul, too. So what we do to edify our soul is what the state of our soul will be in. So if people are edifying themselves with pornography and gambling and what have you, then they'll have a very sick soul. But
well, Marianne, that could always be it. There's always been evil in the world. Look at the Nazis. But even though we didn't agree with it, they had some goal. They wanted to be the masters of the world, the master race. So wrong as the thinking was, at least they had some sort of motive that if you couldn't agree with, you could understand. They wanted to rule the world. Now, the things that we have going on with people just saying to themselves, well, I'm just going to go kill as many people as I can before I kill myself or the police kill me, and doing this on a regular basis, something is going radically wrong. Maybe it's the soul.
Right. And prayer is what people can do in the sacraments, in the sacramentals, like the brown scapular and the miraculous medal. Those things are there to help you in prayer, especially.
Yes, but Marianne, these things are
the soul, and that
these things are a million miles away from the people that are doing these things, Marianne.
Well, it does require us to pray for them. That is why we believe in redemptive suffering. My suffering, like your mass consciousness shows, also speak to that. That if I am willing to take on my suffering for the sake of someone else's soul, then I can offer that up, and that is part of the redemptive suffering of salvation, the work of salvation.
Okay, well, maybe, Marianne, maybe that's how we propagate the opposite of evil. It may be that prayer and what Marianne was talking about is the way you propagate the opposite or counter it. I don't know. The reason we may be seeing more of all of this is that one is propagating more than the other. I don't know. I'm sort of tossing ideas around myself. I don't know. I don't want to come off as knowing or thinking I know more than anybody else does about all of this. Wildcard line 4, Roz in Minnesota.
Hey, this evil propagating thing. It seems like, have you noticed, like, things come in waves? Remember all those postal shootings?
Yes.
And the tourists in Florida, just in the...
You're exactly right. They come in waves, yes. And, but what I've been noting is that we're having more waves than we used to.
Yeah, well, it seems like there is a lot less love and understanding. It's easier to hate than it is to figure out, to try to get to know each other. And, I don't know. It is really crazy though. And we have a right. It seems like we all think we have a right to do whatever we want, like that abortion thing you were talking about. Mm-hmm. How many birth controls are there? But we're using abortion as a birth control, and you got to take responsibility. Get on a birth control. Don't kill innocent.
Well, Roz, we're justifying this by legally saying that something is not a life. Now, I've never been an avid anti-abortionist, but I think I am. I mean, clearly, if you listen to a little heart beating, how can you say that's not a life? How can you possibly say that is not a life? I guess you can make legal arguments for just about anything in the world. But I think anybody before buying that legal argument ought to be required to listen to the beating of a little heart. East of the Rockies, Lois in Wisconsin, you're on the air.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
I have a question. Now, I don't remember if it was your show or George's, but somebody was talking about RH blood, RH negative. Do you know what that means? Something like you don't have any monkey blood in your genes or whatever.
Monkey blood?
Yeah. Monkey.
I think we all have monkey DNA, if the evolutionists are right.
Yeah. Well, it must have been on George's show, because I heard somebody say something about that it meant you were a hybrid or something.
Okay. Hadn't heard that.
Yeah, well, anyway, but I know I didn't come on a spaceship. But anyway, thank you, Art.
You're very welcome, and have a good night. That's a new one on me. Monkey blood, huh? I know we all have a little monkey DNA, probably. Jason in Portland, Oregon, you're on the air.
Hello, Art. It's an honor to speak with you.
Thank you.
I'm a little bit nervous tonight.
Well, just take a deep breath and plow ahead.
Okay. I wanted to talk to you about what Ed Dames was talking about. Mm-hmm. And as he was speaking, it just reminded me of this scientist that I heard, and I can't remember if it was on your show or on TV, and he was talking about a theory, and I don't know how prevalent it is, but I think it's what Ed Dames was referring to about this cycle. He called it like an 11,500-year cycle. Mm-hmm. The easiest way I can explain it, the way the scientist was explaining it, would be visually. So if you had a piece of paper and a pencil and you put it down horizontally in front of you, draw a line, horizontal across, what we're looking at is the galaxy from the side. So you've got a spiral galaxy that's considered, thin like a wafer. Mm-hmm. So you've got the middle line, then draw a line, say 2-3 inches above and 2-3 inches below. The lines above and below are the edge. Those are the edge of the galaxy. Now, right across the middle, you can kind of shade that line in, to make it thick. A nice thick line. That's the exact middle of a spiral galaxy. It's the densest area.
I suppose if you were looking at it from the edge, you would see that.
Exactly. The most junk right in the middle. Stars, debris, everything.
Yes.
So the theory goes that the sun, as it's spinning around the spiral, is not spinning around on a perfect horizontal plane. It's moving around, but it's moving around, you could kind of think of I was just thinking of a carousel where the horses are going up and down as they're also going around the big circle.
I've got it.
So if you draw like a sine wave, going up through the middle of that line, approaching the upper edge, back down through the middle.
I've got it.
On like about a 10. Now, the scientist I heard explained it as about a 10,000-year cycle. But he said we're about 5 to 7 years, and it struck me, because everybody talks about the Mayan calendar. He said we're about 5 to 7 years by however he was calculating this, going towards the densest, most midpoint of that center line, and that we go through it about every 10,000 years. Mm-hmm. But as
or you could even think of that as the zero crossing point. Sure. Sure. And it could be that cyclically something occurs at that point. I don't know. It's as good a theory as any, as good a theory as I have heard. Quickly, first-time caller line from Montreal, Francis.
Yes. Hi, Art.
It's got to be real quick. We're at the end of the program
about
already.
the cyclical time phenomenon.
Yes.
There's a time gap in between at the end of a cycle, the beginning of the other cycle, where it seems like parallel timelines come in contact, and we feel right now other timelines where there was a big catastrophe. And that's the reason why people are afraid, and fear brings out evil in people. Some people go under. They believe that we will be destroyed. They feel, their instinct tells them that we're going to be destroyed. Others think that maybe
And you think we're just feeling what came from a prior destruction. Well, that's entirely possible, and as good an answer as anybody has. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. That's all the time we've got. I appreciate being able to fill in for George with open lines. It's been fascinating. Tomorrow night, we will launch the normal weekend. So from Manila in the Philippines, I'm Art Bell. Good night.
Welcome to Dreamland, a program dedicated to an examination of areas in the human experience not easily nor neatly put in a box. Things seen at the edge of vision, awakening a part of the mind as yet not mapped, and yet things every bit as real as the air we breathe but don't see. This is Dreamland. Another Sunday night, Dreamland on the air. Good evening, everybody. There is breaking news. There has been a powerful earthquake. It struck Russia's Kuril Islands north of Japan today. Japan's Kyoto news agency quoted Russia's emergency ministry as confirming no casualties or damage. Officials at our National Earthquake Center say the quake registered 8.0 on the Richter scale, which would make it, quote, a major seismic event outstripping all but a handful of all of history's most damaging quakes, end quote. That's from Reuters about 1 hour ago. From Mike in Montana, one of many, many faxes of those who have been following quakes. Mike says it appears to be real this week. CNN Headline News just reported an 8.0 quake in the Kuril Islands chain north of Japan. He says this could well be the first quake in Gordon Michael Scallion's current window, which began December 1st. And that is true, I believe, regarding the window. And it is prophetic, indeed, that we would have that news. The main guest on Dreamland tonight is going to be Moira Timms. She's in Eugene, Oregon. And she has written a book called Beyond Prophecies and Predictions, Everyone's Guide to the Coming Changes. So, talk about timely. This is certainly timely. In a moment, coming up, Linda Howe. She has several very interesting reports for us. I've got a very quick note. We are on the very last hours of my book sale. And those of you that want an autographed version of my book, The Art of Talk, literally in the last hours, I think it ends, end of show December 4th. That is tomorrow. So if you would like an autographed copy, and I want to stress this because we're getting down to the end of it, the book is great whether you have an autographed copy or not. And you're thinking the best gift you could ever buy anybody who's into talk radio. It's Real Talk. There's no contest. Now, this is an AM/FM radio that has a cassette deck on board. It stands tall. It's about 12 inches tall. It's got an LCD digital readout. It's got a timer. It's got a cassette deck that records at 1/4 speed. Now, what that means is you can take a 90-minute cassette, and on just one side of it, you can get 3 hours. Moreover, you can set a timer. So, obviously, it records Dreamland or any other show, and you don't miss it. Now, through tomorrow, Bob Crane will throw in a super high-quality 100-minute tape, which means in excess, obviously, of 3 hours, free of charge. So Christmas, Real Talk, Talk Radio, they all go together. $139.95 includes getting it right to your door, includes shipping and handling. Call Bob Crane in the morning before they're gone at 1-800-522-8863. 1-800-522-8863. Now to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and our Linda Howe. And let's see, I'm always trying to figure out how I should introduce you. Investigative reporter.
Yes.
You are, right?
Yes. Television producer.
Television producer, Emmy Award-winning at that. And I would say I wonder if I could say the nation's leading investigator into crop circles and animal mutilations.
Well, maybe one of them. The problem is that these phenomena are so wide-ranging and complex that I don't think any one of us has got a handle on anything. We're all struggling to try to understand what is happening. So I have colleagues out there that join me in my efforts, but I certainly would say that the pursuit of truth in this complex field has begun to dominate my professional life.
That would be a good understatement, dominate your professional life, yes. And certainly you'd be leading the pack. I think of you that way, Linda. You spend so much time on it. Okay. I know of nobody else that does the kind of work you do. I mean, there are, obviously, I don't want to leave anybody out. There are other people doing the work, but it seems to me you're at the head of the pack.
Well, thanks. I'm trying, and I really feel that Dreamland is an important connection to the world, because hearing from people about their eyewitnesses' accounts, which we can report and then encourage other people to report back, I think, Art, is forming a kind of strong network here, and I'm really grateful that I can make these reports each Sunday on Dreamland. And one of the updates that I wanted to bring to our listeners was that last Sunday I interviewed author Jim Marrs about his latest investigations beyond the JFK assassination into remote viewing research by the United States government. 2 days later...
Nightline.
Yes, Nightline, Associated Press, all over the place. There were stories, and the Associated Press story I thought was... especially apropos. It began for 20 years. The United States has secretly used psychics in attempts to hunt down Libyan leader Muammar Gaddafi, to find plutonium in North Korea, and to help drug enforcement agencies, unquote. This statement was confirmed by the Central Intelligence Agency, which said the remote viewing research was codenamed Stargate, which is an interesting code name to begin with.
It sure is.
And that as recently as July 1995, this summer, at least 3 remote viewers continued to work out of Fort Meade, Maryland, which is usually associated with the location of the National Security Agency and the Defense Intelligence Agency. According to university professors Ray Hyman, a psychologist at the University of Oregon, and Jessica Utz, a statistician at the University of California in Davis, the remote viewing study reported mixed success with an accuracy rate of about 15%. Both researchers agreed that the remote viewers were not reliable enough to be used alone, but might be helpful in combination with other intelligence gathering operations. Professor Jessica Utz said the statistical results were promising enough that research should continue. She said, quote, "I would like to see funding in the open science world. I think that we are at the point that something needs to be explained." And I think this is one of the things we've all been hoping is that the broader general academic world would begin to focus attention on areas that some of us know have some kind of a reality here, but up until these recent times, the general university population has tended to ignore what we would call some of the more psychic or phenomena of the unseen.
I know, Linda. Do you think it's getting any easier out there? I'll tell you this, as a talk show host, dealing with this kind of stuff all the time, and I do on this show and my regular show, I take a lot of hits. There are a lot of less than open-minded people out there who like to come after me because I investigate this sort of thing. Now, obviously, when it begins to break into the Nightline,
right.
When we begin to get prophecy fulfillment, when we begin to get films like the one of the Socorro question mark
right.
dissection, that sort of thing.
No one has proved to be false yet, and even Time and Newsweek acknowledge that.
I heard a report from somebody who called up again, taking a shot at me the other night on some other show, and it said, that was what's called a blood knife. That it was a knife that produces blood, he said, and so Art Bell's full of baloney.
Oh, that's not what medical people say, washing that.
I know.
So, all of us who are trying to deal in this, we'll call it the areas that are not accepted in the general social paradigm, we all are like fish swimming upstream to a certain extent. But consider that around the world, eyewitness reports have been going on for decades, maybe even centuries. And right now, the very past 2 weeks, there are more triangles in the skies acting extremely oddly, defying what we would consider to be terrestrial physics. Peter Davenport at the National UFO Reporting Center in Seattle, he called me and he told me that since November 17th, he has received several reports from Greensboro, North Carolina, all the way to Allentown, Pennsylvania, about huge, silent, lighted triangles. One of the eyewitnesses, Kathy Schreck from Wind Gap, Pennsylvania, about an hour from where I am right now, told me that she pulled her car over to the side of the road around 10:15 p.m. Friday, November 17th, because she wanted to get a better look at a strange light in the sky that was only about 50 feet above her car. She could see what looked like solid gray-black metal in the shape of a huge triangle hovering completely silently without any motion at all. She estimated that there were 25 or 30 round white lights, she said, like car headlights on the bottom. She watched for 5 to 10 minutes, not wanting to take her eyes off the triangle, and then it suddenly took off and became a pinpoint of light in the distance. She was so unnerved by the experience that she called the local airport and was referred to the Seattle UFO Reporting Center. Peter Davenport there is trying to gather as many reports as possible, check them with airports and experts, and correlate sighting data. And for those listening, I'll just give the 24-hour hotline number in Seattle because it is a good place to network in terms of reports for correlation, and that is area code 206-722-3000. The 24-hour hotline number in Seattle is area code 206-722-3000. Now, strange lights have also been reported in Puerto Rico, along with a continuing rash of strange animal deaths that have local authorities now very concerned. Less than 1 week ago, on Tuesday, November 28th, a cow was found dying on the farm of a Puerto Rico district senator near Agua Buenos, about 45 minutes southwest of San Juan. The mayor of Agua Buenos called El Vocero newspaper photographer Eddie Diaz Conde to go and take photographs. Eddie has been photographing these unusual animal deaths for the past 2 months throughout the island, and he talked to me today about the Agua Buenos and other cases and described the unknown creature called chupacabras, or the goat sucker, that residents in Puerto Rico have been reporting and even school children have been drawing. And here is Eddie Diaz.
And the mayor called me and says, Eddie, I need to see you because I have a cow that's still alive and has 2 holes where this creature has bitten and sucked out half of the blood of this big huge cow. We're talking about a cow that is pregnant. She had a calf, and she was, it was still alive when I got there around 11:30 at midnight. When I got there, she was still alive, and the cow had two holes for at least an inch and an inch and a half, 2 inches of separation, and they looked like they were ice pick punch, and it was completely clean.
And this was on the side of the cow's neck?
That is correct.
And were any other parts of the tissue, the ears, the eyes, jaw?
They were not attacked. No way.
Nothing?
It was no other way. The only thing that we had on the cow, that she was in pain. She was actually crying out that in pain, and I opened up her eyes. Her eyes were completely almost vanished. They were completely back.
What did the senator who owned this cow, what did he say?
He didn't really actually want us to investigate more with details. But what happened is that the mayor of that town of Aguas Buenas, he actually wanted to make a big investigation. He wanted the Senate to start putting pressure that the government should start investigating more details of all these kinds of animals that have been attacked.
If I understand correctly, it has affected cats, goats, sheep, cattle, horses, chickens. Is this mark, these two puncture holes in the side of the neck, has that been reported in every case?
Everything that has been reported to the police, it's been exactly the same way. Everybody's been attacked the same way. I mean, and that they've been attacked by sort of an animal that nobody knows. That's the only thing that we have up to now.
Is that some people are reporting this strange creature with the spines running from the head down the back and with these large red eyes. And
okay, looking at a bullfrog, the way the back of a bullfrog with the stuff like that. Right. This is the kind of creature we're talking about that people have seen. They describe this kind of material that this animal is sort of made out of.
Reminds them of a frog.
It could be a giant frog, a flying giant frog with sort of mixed with maybe monkey or something. It's gonna be something that was created. It could be in a laboratory or something. It's something that. Very strange. And everybody describes the same kind of lumpy type, big claws, big eyes. We had just 2 weeks ago, we had a whole hen house that lost 79 chickens and one shot deal one night. They lost the whole 79 chickens.
Did the chickens have the same holes?
Oh, yes, they did have it. They did have them in between their wings. They had them in between their wings. The thing is that we can't understand that it's very strange that this animal attacks different kinds of animals by bunch. It's just all at one time. They collapse 80 or maybe they collapsed 79 chickens all at one time. They attacked it. They sucked their blood out and they killed them. And nobody knows how because to catch one chicken, it's very hard. To kill one, and it's very hard. To kill 5 or 6 at the same time, it's very hard. But, 79 chickens at one time, it's very difficult. And this is why we are still investigating where all these kinds of different people, different part of the island are calling us and letting us know that last night they killed their cow, they killed their horse, they killed 4 rabbits the other night. Last night they had out in Carolina, somebody killed 2 rabbits. The other night they killed 4 chickens.
And they all have these puncture holes.
Yes, they did, and they were all domestic animals, and they were in their cages. They were not out in the street or nothing like that. Some of them out on the street, but they were cycle fence maybe around it. It was very strange. How could somebody just jump over the fence without touching the fence? Just jump over, killed all these animals, and different part of the island.
And Art Eddie B says that the number of animals killed in the last 2 months is estimated now to be several hundred, And it's reminding me and others there in the media world of the famous vampire of Mocha, which terrorized Puerto Rico in the 1970s.
Linda, we are woefully short on time here, but I was going to say the same word, vampire. 2 marks and blood gone sounds vampirish to me.
Well, what's interesting is, just very briefly, these aren't the classic mutilations that I usually would report about, but this is happening in Puerto Rico at the same time that classic animal mutilations are being reported right around us in southern Oklahoma, Missouri, southern Colorado, Susanville, California, Northern Ireland, Saskatchewan, Canada. There seems to be a rash of them right now.
Right. All right. We've got a scoot, so give us your info quick.
Okay, thanks. I would like to give my fax number is area code 215-491-9842. My address is Linda Howe at Post Office Box 538 in Huntingdon Valley, Pennsylvania, zip code 19006. And the toll-free number for information about my books and documentaries is 800-707-9993. Again, that's 800-707-9993. And on that toll-free number, people can leave phone numbers for me to call back also if they do have something to report.
Linda, I've got a scoot. Thanks a million.
And thank you, Art.
Take care. That, of course, is Linda Howe. And in a moment, Moira Timms. Copies of Moira Timms' book. What does the future hold for us as we approach the new century? Are we on the brink of enlightenment or the eve of destruction? Prophets from Nostradamus to Edgar Cayce have made dramatic predictions about the period leading up to the year 2012. Predictions ranging from a cataclysmic shifting of the Earth's poles to the dawning of a new order of the ages. Many have seen the current decade as a time for purification, a healing crisis that will either lead to an entirely new phase of evolution or our annihilation. The outcome, uncertain. This timely and important book synthesizes the major world prophecies, including those of the Hopi, the Mayans, Babylonians, the Bible, Nostradamus, Edgar Cayce, and the Great Pyramid, into a compelling, unified theory with an inescapable message. The choices we collectively make today create our tomorrow. Positive changes in the mass consciousness and constructive actions can modify our planetary karma and avert catastrophe. Corroborated throughout scientific, seismological, and environmental documentation beyond prophecies and predictions issues an urgent call to action that we cannot afford to ignore. So, a very important and timely interview coming up. Moira Timms, M.S., is the author of the best-selling Beyond Prophecies and Predictions, Random House book, by the way, Prophecies and Predictions, and the 6 o'clock bus. Find out about that. She is a researcher and an archaic futurist, that's interesting, specializing in the beginnings and endings of historical cycles. Her work blends Egyptian mysteries, prophecy, mythology, and science. As we approach the turn of the century, Moira's ability to synthesize diverse aspects into the big picture is a gift to empower your highest purpose. And here from Eugene, Oregon, she is. Hi, Moira.
Hello, Art.
How are you?
Well, I'm fine. I was sorry to hear that news about the earthquake. That's really very startling.
Well, the 8.0 was startling. If the report of the 8.2 should be true, that's really startling.
Was this were both of these events on CNN?
Well, the facts, yes. To answer your first question, the first event I personally saw on CNN, the 8.0 earthquake. The second fact arrived literally 5 minutes ago, and I had no way of confirming it.
Yes, because sometimes there's different earthquake centers all over the world that do monitor these things on the Richter scale, and so many times the same event will get reported from various sources, but with a slightly different Richter number.
It is true, and we can hope that might be true in this case, Moira, because what would it generally mean? I know you're not a seismologist, but to have an 8.0 earthquake, which is very unusual to begin with, followed within hours, literally, by an 8.2, if that were true, what would that say?
It would say things are getting very intense around the Ring of Fire. The information that I received from the National Earthquake Information Service in Golden, Colorado, is that what is normal in any given year, Art, is that on an average there's one great quake, and that means 8.0 plus, you know?
Right.
There would be 18 major quakes, which would be between 7 and 7.9. And so you see there's a very fine line between having a bunch of major ones at 7.9 and a great one at 8. It's only 1 point difference. Anyway, you can have 120 strong ones, 6.5 plus, and then about a total on the average of earthquakes altogether. And so the Ring of Fire is the most seismically active area in the whole world, and certainly around Japan. When you look at the deep ocean trenches on some of the Navy maps, I'm looking at one right now.
Yes.
You see that there's just a labyrinth underneath the ocean depths of trenches and core spreading, tectonic plate ruptures, all of this kind of thing, and it's like a freeway map. So I'm looking at this particular trench here. It's the Kuril Trench. It's a very straight area that goes across the northwest from just above Japan, where Hokkaido is the northern part of the island.
Yes,
there,
of course,
to the Kamchatka Peninsula, and then it goes across to Alaska. So this is just slightly northwest of the major area where Edgar Casey said would be the most turmoil, and to watch that area for changes. That's all part of the scheme of things, and we can't say we're surprised, really, although, you know, the idea of loss of life is always upsetting.
Well, it is. Fortunately, of course, this is an area where there is not a lot of life to begin with. The problem is that it may be, as one of my faxers suggested, the beginning of Gordon Michael Scallion's predicted 4-quake scenario in the 8-point range. Now, I understand before the announcement of the quake today and earlier today, you spoke with Gordon Michael Scallion?
I spoke to him 2 days ago.
2 days ago?
Yes. He didn't mention anything about earthquakes.
Oh, he did not?
No.
Is there anything he did mention that would be relevant that you'd like to pass along?
Well, I was going to mention it later in the show when it kind of came up organically.
Okay.
Because he's talking about something quite different as far as the major focus for next year. So I'll just leave that for later on.
All right.
Not quite related to this.
All right. Anyway, your work has been pretty wide-ranging, hasn't it? In other words, you looked at almost all prophecy you've been able to look at. And have you found a commonality between the prophets, between what science you've looked at, the Hopi, the Mayan prophecy, the Babylonian, all of them? Is there any commonality?
Oh, yes. Really, the thing that is most amazing, and I guess it's not really news right now, but it was news when it was discovered, was that it didn't matter what prophecy had been issued when and where and to whom. Basically, the major prophecies were saying the same things. They were just different historical times, different cultural contexts, you know. And so the prophecies that I examined are not necessarily the predictions that somebody's aunt in Boise, Idaho would make, you know, that kind of thing.
Yes.
But more like the authentic traditional prophecies from important world cultures that have had these, you know, guidelines since the year dot. And so when I hear an individual making a prediction, I don't pay as much attention as something that is consistent with what the ancient people said. So in talking of the similarities, I think it would be concise to say that all of them said there would come a time and there'd be an event that would kick off a whole prophecy cycle. And after that, there would be a number of things that would happen, the kind of things we're seeing happen in the world right now. And then there would be a culmination of this cycle, and after that there would be a big event, and they didn't spell out exactly what that was, but there were, allusions to what it might be in New World Age, the end of the world, this kind of thing.
Yes.
So when you look at the historical record, for instance, I could share with you that the Hopi, they had said there would come a time in the future when a gourd of ashes would be dropped from the sky, and it would burn everything, and it would kill the fish in the ocean, and nothing would live or grow in the area where it fell. So when they saw the atomic bomb being dropped at the beginning of the end of the war, they thought, uh-oh, and this seemed very significant to them. Well, in the Bible, 2,000 years ago, Jesus was on the Mount of Olives with his disciples, and they were saying, gosh, and he was telling them about the things that were to come, but it never sounded like cheerful stuff, you see. So they said, well, what would be some of the signs of your return and all of these things coming to pass? And so what Jesus is recorded saying in the Gospels is, when the powers of heaven are shaken, etc., that will be the sign of these things about to occur. So if you look, the deeper you can look into these things and examine what seems to be obvious, the deeper you can penetrate the real mystery of it,
Mm-hmm.
So when you look at the translation from the Greek, the powers of heaven is Uranus in Greek. But that's the same root word as uranium, as Uranus, the planet. You could equally well translate it as when the powers of uranium are shaken, you see.
Which would point toward some sort of nuclear...
So that could be the atomic bomb,
yes.
an old prototype, that kind of thing. And in fact, even when the atomic bomb was dropped, the code name was Baby Jesus, or Little Boy. There's variations as to what it was actually called.
It was Little Boy and Fat Man. Mm-hmm.
And so anyway, the other thing that I'm thinking of that is similar is in the Great Pyramid. Now, there's a little bit of misunderstanding about the Great Pyramid. You do not see prophecies inscribed in there, but there's a chronological timeline that's been gone over with a fine-tooth comb by all kinds of researchers and people, and so it's beyond a doubt that there is this timeline. And so when you get up into the uppermost chamber, it's been progressing like a month, an inch for a month, and then it changes at a certain point. Anyway, the midpoint of the king's chamber translates out to the date of 1945, when the first atomic testing was done.
Mm-hmm.
And so after that, when you come up against the wall, it's 1953. And so there is a sense that by 1953, the planetary karma had been set by that time. A lot of the Mayan calendric things cite 1983 as a key year in the world history.
When you say set, do you mean that in other words, whatever we're going to go on to, we are going to go on to? There is no turning back. The direction at that point is clear. Is that what you mean by...
the course has been set.
Yeah,
and so obviously there is existential value in struggle, as Jean-Paul Sartre said. You do what you have to do, regardless.
Well, of course, but the back of your book, Moira, seems to suggest that mankind can still avert with the proper kind of karmic transmission what is to come, and you are now suggesting that may not be the case.
No, I could expound on that a little more. I would just say that there are certain things that are cyclical, and they're in the scheme of things, and the intensity really depends on how well we deal with the crisis. So I think that when I speak about 1953 as like a certain karma being set, I think there's no chance to avert the whole thing at that point, but actions and expectations certainly influence outcomes. So anything we do between that, anything we have done since that point, and what we continue to do between now and, say, the year 2000 or 2012, when this cycle is predicted to end, that will lessen or aggravate, the final outcome.
I see. All right. Hold on a moment, Moira. We'll be right back to you. I don't know. To me, the line I've used again and again is mankind's little red light has come on, the one that says point of no return. In a moment, more of Moira Timms. Now back to Moira Timms. Moira, we have a very bad phone connection.
for some reason. Your audio is very muffled and a little difficult to understand. I don't know why that is.
Oh, dear, and I'm really talking loud so that I feel like I'm sort of not being...
Yeah, we'll sort of bear with it for now. Hopefully, it'll be okay. At any rate, Moira, to continue, I have said this. I've looked at mankind sociologically because I do the news. You know, I see the news every day. I've got to study the news for what I do. And I have seen a steady, not just a decline, Moira, but an acceleration of decline in social behavior, in our economic world, in our political world. We're about to send 35,000 U.S. troops over to what I consider to be hell. And it's what I have to, as a general observer, I've called it the quickening. Events appear to be accelerating.
Yes.
Do you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely, Art, absolutely. You know, what logic follows emotion, and like when you're feeling down or you happen to read the newspaper or the commercial journals, there's any amount of evidence why we're all going to hell, you see, why it's all so terrible. And this is true. This is real stuff. There's no questioning about that. On the other hand, when you're feeling wonderful and you might not read these sources, or you just appreciate the wonderfulness of the day, or you hear other things that are quite uplifting and inspiring on an entirely different level, then you say, well, there is hope, there is light at the end of the tunnel. And so what I'm feeling from all of this is either viewpoint can be justified. It is a fact, however, that because we rely on the news and the newspapers and commercial print media for our information, that news is by definition negative, catastrophic stuff. So you're never going to find how things are improving by reading those sources. You will simply reinforce your fears and your despair.
It's true.
And you don't want to have your head in the ground, but you need to be realistic. So you do have to check and see what's happening in the world. But I think what I'm suggesting is that really it's wonderful and terrible all at the same time. And a lot of it is where we put our attention. I mean, here in the United States, everybody has their problems, but we don't have the problems that they have in Bosnia or many other parts of other third world countries. So everything is sort of relative, and I think personal action is required so that, you know, the good of one becomes the good of all.
Well, personal action on what level?
Excuse me?
Personal action, Moira, on what level? In other words, would you say...
any level that draws your interest and your passion, I would think. In the back of my book, for instance, I have a section, I'm calling it the 12-step program to personal and planetary health, and I'm listing areas where people can plug in and make a difference. I think that individuals tend to feel disempowered, you see. They say, well, what can I do? I'm just an individual. These huge forces are in motion. The government's, you know, not serving us the way it should. All of this and all this conspiracy stuff.
All right, Moira.
So you feel hopeless.
You do. Moira, hold on a moment. We're at the top of the hour. Relax. We'll be back to you, all right? Moira Sims is my guest from an area near Dreamland. This is Dreamland.
From the Kingdom of Nine, you're hearing Dreamland with Art Bell. To participate in the program, call toll-free 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at 702-727-1295. This is the CBC Radio Network.
It is indeed. Good evening, everybody. I'm Art Bell. My guest is Moira Sims, and she has written a book called Beyond Prophecies and Predictions, Everyone's Guide to the Coming Changes, and we'll get back to her in just a moment. Just got off the phone with Golden, Colorado, and there is no confirmation of this second quake.
that was faxed to me. However, the first quake at 8.0 is confirmed by Golden, Colorado. So again, no confirmation of any other quake. However, I have a sheet here looking back just over the last day or so, 2 days actually. I can probably read about 10 or 15 quakes, the largest of them being 8.0, some of them in the 6 and 5 point range, some that look as though they occurred just prior to the big one, and some of a similar magnitude after the big one. So the action there was prior to and continues following the big one. We all know what information is all about. If you want to be plugged in to the latest on UFOs, all of the phenomena that surrounds them, encounters, sightings, abductions, government cover-up, the whole thing, there is a new publication for you called UFO News World Report. It is a very concisely written newsletter. And as a special holiday offer, you can get it for $19.95 a year. It covers the world for you, formatted and written by seasoned journalists. Find out what's happening. Call 1-800-830-9830. That's 1-800-830-9830, 24 hours a day. Or send a check for $19.95 to Box 2757, Anaheim, California, zip code 92814. Guaranteed you're going to love this or your money back. Call 1-800-830-9830. Back now to Moira Timms. Moira?
Hello, Art.
Hi.
Yes. I was just finishing up telling you something about personal action, and I just wanted to make the point about that.
Please.
Because some years ago there was a study done of school children, and many of them felt depressed because they didn't feel that they would really necessarily grow up to be adults or see much adulthood, and this was because of the nuclear shadow.
Yes.
And so much of the success of peace work that has been done that reduces people's fear levels is to get them involved in participating in the solution. You see, when you are active for something that's part of the, problem solving, then that takes the edge off the fear and off the sense of being a sitting duck, you see.
I remember when I was young, Moira, I'm 50 now, so I grew up through the Cold War. My little sister used to cry at night. She was convinced there was going to be a nuclear holocaust and that she would never grow up. So she was one of them.
Yes, and so I think a lot of children feel that way. It's a very insecure place and very confusing for children these days. There's so much stimulation, you see. So this is all part of what it is at this time in history. And so I do think we have to form groups of good, close, loving friends so that we have a buffer for when those feelings come up for us, because they're a natural part of living, but they're just exaggerated right now with the state of the world. So in my book, I do end the whole thing with these 12 steps. So it's a place for people to start so that they can do what they feel they can and know that it's not going to change the world taking one action or one step. But when you have everybody thinking that way, then, you create a whole groundswell that does become a very potent force in the world for change and for good and for transformation.
Mm-hmm.
So you get what I'm saying. Right?
I get what you're saying. But your conclusions seem to be contrary to that sort of little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. In other words, your conclusions, as you've studied the various prophecy, seems to all point in the same direction. I hate to use the word irreversibly, but irreversibly.
Well, there is something coming online. We are moving very fast towards something extraordinary in the historical sense.
I agree.
And all the people who speculate on it kind of get to the point where they can't really verbalize what it is, but you get the sense of the excitement. And
that's right.
Just to kind of, and it's not for any one person to say what, because this is the great mystery, you see. But what I think it has to do with is it's an evolutionary change that we're coming to very rapidly. It's in the natural scheme of things, whether it's totally negative or just like scary positive. It's, you know, we don't know how that's going to turn out at this point. But it's the way I kind of hold it in my mind, Art. It's like, you know, you're up above the snow line, for instance, and you're coming down with the ice floes at spring thaw, and you've got your little canoe, and the water is moving very fast. And if you are not impeccable, if you don't just do it just right, you will be capsized, you will be crushed by the big ice floes.
Mm-hmm.
So you navigate your way down there as fast as you can, but you just keep your mind on it, and you just do it because there is no choice. You know what I mean? And it's that kind of a challenge that we're facing. So it requires a lot of courage. It requires commitment to the growing sense of what is positive. And I don't think there's a blueprint out there. I don't think there's any manual on this stuff. But I think there's a deep part of us, you know, as individuals and collectively, that we go by the feeling of what it is.
Yeah, I just put it, Moira, I put it a simpler way. I put it this way. Animals have instincts. We're animals. I think we have instincts. Right. I can feel it. I can feel something like the other shoe is about to drop. And I've been feeling it for some time now. So have a lot of other people. It's just a simple, I believe, instinctual feeling. That's what you're describing.
Yes. And that is the guidance. That really is. And so one way to kind of make that more coherent, I think, is to look at myth. We're just getting now that myth is not fable and story and fantasy the way we thought of it, but it's kind of like metaphor. It's an encodement of ancient wisdom that has come down in story form, but it's true for all people in every culture throughout every age. And when you strip away all the fancy parts of all of the world and global myths, it gets to be very, very simple. It really boils down to the fact that there's a beginning of things and an end of things. It's not a linear movement through time. It's cyclical. Patterns of meaning tend to repeat themselves over time. And so when we look at that, we can see from the myths that have been left us clues that could form a blueprint so that we can navigate the future, because myth is predicated on the fact that what has happened in the past in a slightly different way will happen again.
Well, Moira, there are people who believe that our planet has been here for billions of years. And there are people who believe that civilizations, mankind himself, has come and gone many times.
Right.
Do you believe that?
Oh, of course, yes.
Of course, yes, you say. Why do you say that? What evidence is there to back up the myth that civilizations have come and gone?
Well, are you talking hard evidence or soft evidence?
Well, I'm talking the best you've got.
Well, I'm here to plug my book. But in all fairness, for instance, take Graham Hancock's book, Fingerprints of the Gods.
Yes.
He's a prize-winning journalist. He's written a 600-page book. He took 5 years to travel to the sacred sites of the entire world. He doesn't, wag his finger in your face. He says, look at this, and look at that, and what do you think? And he talks about things that are these megalithic monuments, 500-ton blocks that have been transported hundreds of miles by so-called primitive people at the dawn of history with a technology that would be required that we don't even have today.
That's true.
So things like that are very compelling. And I'll tell you now what Gordon Michael told me. He said, watch Egypt in 96. He said, the stuff that will be discovered in 96, I think I'm quoting here, he said, will leave people gasping.
Gossiping?
Gasping. Gasp.
Oh, gasping. Your English accent is me every now and then. Gasping. Gordon Michael said the things that will be discovered in Egypt in 1996 will leave people gasping.
Yes.
Well, I know there has been a new chamber recently confirmed as discovered, and Gordon Michael's indicating there's going to be a lot more in the year to come.
Yes. There have been myths that have come down to us through the Greek historians, Herodotus and Edgar Cayce, some of the Arabic sources that have been preserved, and they always spoke about a complex of tunnels and chambers beneath the Giza Plateau, beneath the Sphinx and the pyramids, that would be or that are a repository of knowledge from previous civilizations, and we're thinking probably Atlantis, okay? Knowledge of their technology, their arts, their sciences, things like that.
Moira, I wonder if they... You know, I'm one who believes that this may be discovered also. And if it were to be discovered, do you think the discovery would be made public?
Well, I can tell you that next March, the Department of Antiquities are having an unveiling of the two secret tunnels beneath the Sphinx that have been discovered. It's going to be an international media event. I'm taking a group that will be there in March, and our group is one of the few that will be allowed inside the Sphinx enclosure.
Oh.
So that promises to be very exciting. There is a sense, I mean, nobody has said this, understand, but there's a sense that there's more to this than meets the eye. That might be the tip of the iceberg or just the end of the tunnel. The Greek geographer, Iamblichus,
yes.
We had his texts in college and we go by every word he said, but when he said that he was taken by the Egyptian priesthood into a chamber beneath the pores of the Sphinx that came up in the, I was going to say the basement, came up in the pit of the Great Pyramid, and that he saw certain things inscribed on the walls, everybody goes, no, and they don't believe it, you see. So if this is true, we'll find out, because I know you had a guest on your show, John Anthony West. He had some people exploring on the surface there, on the surface, and they discovered a sonar sounding of a square chamber between the pores.
That's correct.
To my knowledge, this has not been excavated,
That's
but
correct.
it could be part of what Iamblichus at least was talking about.
Uh-huh.
So I think if there was an event like Atlantis where there was a universal deluge, or at least an Atlantic or a Pacific deluge,
yes.
There would have been an exodus of people, the intelligentsia, the leading people who'd want to preserve their technology. They'd want to have a record of their civilization for posterity.
You're giving me a wonderful answer, but it's not answering my question. My question is, if it is discovered there have been previous civilizations, not necessarily one, but many, do you think the information would be made public?
Oh.
That is my question.
I think it would, but part of the prophecy is that there will be cover-ups. Something I quote in my book by the Academy of Future Science.
Moira, I think you're wrong. How could they possibly make it public?
Well, let me say this. The force of history will burst it forth. Look at the Dead Sea Scrolls. The people that studied the Dead Sea Scrolls were hand-picked by the Office of the Inquisition of the Vatican. What they found was heresy. The historical record was contrary to many of the fundamental teachings of the Church. So for 40 years, these people sat on the data. The world was waiting. Scholars came and went and were born and died that should have had access to those texts, and they never did because they sat on the heretical material.
You're making my point. You're making my point.
Yes. So it was eventually revealed, and now the Dead Sea Scrolls are in paperback so that you and I can read them.
Oh, that's true. But when I said that, I meant in our lifetimes, in our children's lifetimes. In other words,
if you go by the prophecies, Art, Edgar Casey said they would be discovered. Now, it is a fact that people in the Department of Antiquities have been sympathetic to Gordon Michael Scallion's approach to things, and the man I have a personal friend who is friends with the director of the Antiquities, and although I know there's a lot of professional jealousy that goes on in high circles where this kind of professionalism is involved, they want themselves to be the ones to release this stuff or to be the discoverers. They don't want lay people with a lot of chutzpah cracking the code for them. They don't want those people to get the credit for what they later do. So I think that there's enough people expecting and feeling deeply that there is something there, that it would be very hard at this time, especially given the revelation of these tunnels, to sit on the rest.
All right,
I think
Moira.
there might be an attempt, but I think it would be unsuccessful ultimately.
All right, Moira, hold on. Just some currency is going to change.
Let's preserve the secrets to keep the system going.
Yes, of course.
These new leaps of consciousness that are taking us into, hear me clearly now, transpersonal realms.
I don't know.
We don't have any trouble talking about virtual reality and the global brain being the internet. We seem to have a little trouble talking about another or a deeper sense of reality or a transpersonal reality and, personal
Slow down, Moira. What does transpersonal reality mean?
Well, it just means so real that it seems like fiction, Truth can be stranger than fiction.
You mean like today's headlines?
No, I mean like the things we're talking about, like the fulfillment of prophecy, like new inventions, like super intelligence, like suddenly being able to do it right instead of the way we do things. Mm-hmm. It means moving into a level of maybe more of the group sense of things, so that we don't just protect our own interests. We realize that we're all more similar than we are different, and we do things for all of us. A world that works for everyone. That's what I'm talking about.
Sounds
we have
good.
that capability. We have the resources, but the way the system is set up does not allow for that right now.
Well, yes, but according to all prophecy, time is short. So I believe the year that most point to is 2012, depending on the calendar you use.
However, Art, that is true, but we have the force of history behind us in the sense that many, many influences are coming to bear upon the human condition right now. These are things that we can only really intuit our way into. We look at the prophecies and we take the experience of some of us. I mean, there's extraordinary things happening on the planet that you report on all the time,
Oh, yes.
So this wasn't so 50 years ago. So we're getting into some deep water and some interesting domains of consciousness, So to keep one's center and to keep making sense of it all seems to be one of the major challenges. And so what I suggest is to have the guideline of, the prophetic consensus, to look at the past and see the patterns of meaning that can be and are repeating themselves, is to give us a sense of where we're going. Mm-hmm. That way we can sort of navigate with some sense of direction. And so it's always part of the mythology that the first time is the perfect time, the innocent time. There was the paradise, right? The golden age?
The golden age. Hold it right there, Moira. We're at the bottom of the hour. Rest for about 4 minutes. We'll come back and get to some phone calls shortly. If you have a question for Moira Timms, get your phone warmed up. We're going to the phones here in just a moment. This is Dreamland.
From the Kingdom of Nye, we continue with your calls on Dreamland with Art Bell. Call Art now, toll-free at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-TALK. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at area code 702-727-1295. 727-1295 in the 702 area code. Now again, here's Art Bell.
Once again, here I am. My guest is Moira Timms. She has written a book called Beyond Prophecies and Predictions, Everyone's Guide to the Coming Changes, indicating there will be changes. And I've got some updates for you. Art, this is from Rick in Reno. And by the way, everybody, you can stop sending me USGS reports. I've got about a million of them, confirming there have been, in the last 2 days, a total of 15 quakes in the Curio Islands. And I said 15, culminating in an 8.0 earthquake, but with earthquakes in the chain, but it is a 7.2, not 8.2. So there you have it. A total of 16 earthquakes. 7.2 would be the largest quake since the 8.0 quake. Also, I would like to read to you a fax that I got from Stan Dale, and I know a lot of you follow Stan very closely. Artichoke, his little pet name for me. I am hesitant to announce the following. I feel I must, though, in the light of the unofficial reports of magnetic field anomalies in California 2 days ago. The official report, which I sent you, says no anomalies occurred. Yet, I continue to get pilots' reports, etc., saying it did occur. For 4 days, I've been watching 3 tremendous thermal changes grow in size off the coasts of Nicaragua, the Guatemala-Mexican border, and Baja California, up to San Francisco. I have not posted these on my webpage because I'm not sure yet what to say. Florida, the Bahamas, Chile, Argentina, North Australia, Southern Coast Australia, Adelaide, North Island, New Zealand, Romania, Bulgaria, Turkey, Japan, and Kamchatka Peninsula should all be on alert for action as well. Still trying to assess the changes here. Storms may be confusing the mantle's thermal effects along the east coast of the U.S. So there you are. He said, I'm not sure of this call, but I think we've got a problem brewing. Regards, Stan Dale. In a moment, back to Moira Timms. Be back now to Moira Timms. Are you there?
Yes, Art.
Good. Do you feel up to taking some phone calls?
Oh, you bet. I just wanted to say that why are you making such a big deal out of the earthquakes? Why are you giving all this minute detail about it? I mean, what do you want to accomplish with that?
I'm not in the position of accomplishing anything, simply presenting the news.
Well, you see, they're going on all over the place all the time, and if it's not an earthquake, it's something else. And so this is grist for the mill, and if you stop and watch every car that goes by, you miss the big picture. You know what I'm saying?
You were telling me earlier, before the show, I think, how many 8.0 earthquakes we have on average per year?
That's right.
How many is that?
Just one on average.
Just one?
Yeah.
Okay.
However, what I really want to emphasize is, you see, this is the state of the news as it has become. People go, oh, wow, when they hear this, it just agitates them, but there's nothing they can do about it.
No, that's true.
Proposed.
In fact, if California, Moira, if California falls in the ocean, there's nothing people can do about it.
Well, you see, the big picture is that is part of the overall scenario, because what we're coming into with the end of the prophecy cycle is like big time earth changes all over the place, you see. So
I do.
I just feel that by focusing unduly on every single anomalous thing, it just puts people deep into despair, you know. So it's not that they wouldn't want to know about it, but that is the hard news. It gets in your face and it gets your attention. So I'm presenting soft news here, which is to say chaos will increase, disorder and crime in the streets will increase. It's the nature of the times, and this is the nature of the challenge. We're coming down the birth canal, as it were.
Yes.
At the end of this cycle, is always the beginning of another one. So it never was comfortable coming down the birth canal. It was just like total chaos, total fright, but it was the beginning of something wonderful and new. And so this is sort of what's going on right now. So the point I want to make before you open it to callers is that at such a time when intellectual considerations and technology is not going to help us out of these situations, what occurs, according to people like Carl Jung, the psychologist, or Teilhard de Chardin, the Christian philosopher, something happens to the group mind. Archetypes of wholeness emerge from the collective unconsciousness, and you don't have to understand what they mean or even know one when you see one for it to affect the way you think and feel. But what these images are that come out of the mind are sort of unconscious. And primarily, I would just point to what happened when we got into space in 1969. There we were, out there. We were looking back at Mother, the planet Earth, our home in the middle of space. And suddenly, you know, you've heard this said before, there were no boundaries. There was no latitude and longitude and geographic boundaries. It was just our planet where we all live. And so the sphere is the archetypal symbol of the complete whole self. You know, that is a symbol of the center. And the center is the organizing principle, the creative generator of everything that's to do with life and happiness and perfection. So when we have such images, and the world tree is another one, you know, the world tree has its roots in the ground and the branches in the heavens. It links heaven and earth and what you see with what you don't see. That kind of thing. These affect the way we think, and we're creeping into people's dreams right now. They're showing up in art. There are people all over the planet that are not reported in the news doing ceremony to bring these symbols forth and just egg them into the collective consciousness so they can act as mobilizing forces for the way we think and the way we do things. So I just wanted to say this is what's happening right now as things get more and more intense and as the quickening gets quicker. So there's no place to stand, and that's the nature of chaos. And people really don't have a sense of where they're going. You know, you look at all the urban sprawl, you look at the cancer cellar, the cancer cell. It's all the same thing. You see, it's growth without restriction. There's no pattern of meaning. And so
Moira?
This is our problem, but there's a way through it.
All right.
I'm just saying there's a way through.
All right. Moira, I think you're selling some people short. I think you're underestimating their ability to assimilate information without panicking or quickening the quickening, but simply observing it. I am able to observe it, for example, without tearing my hair out. I simply watch the news, whether it's social, economic, political. I watch all of these arenas every single day. It's my job. And I nevertheless manage to stay centered. So in a way, it kind of sells people short a little bit to suggest because they hear factual news about an 8-point earthquake, they're going to go off the deep end. I don't think so.
Well, I really am not implying that so much as just saying that this is what takes up space as the news. The real good news is probably less tangible, and so it doesn't get reported. And so
that's true.
So that's really more my focus.
I see.
Yeah.
All right.
I didn't mean to smack your fingers.
Oh, you didn't. No, you didn't. I simply wanted you to understand that many people out there are able to assimilate this information as it comes in and note what it means without adding to it because of a state of panic. Do you follow me?
Yes.
Okay, good. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Moira Timms. Hi. Hello?
Hello.
Are you there? Guess not. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Moira Timms. Hi. Well, what am I doing wrong here? Is there anybody there? No, I guess, Moira, I may be doing something wrong here. Let me try one more here. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Moira Timms. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Oh, good. I've got it. Yes, sir.
Greetings from a fellow ham radio operator.
Indeed.
Yes, my comment?
Yes, sir.
No offense to your guest, but I've never heard so much doublespeak in my whole life. I'm a Christian, and I can tell you that the Bible is true because it is a supernatural book to the believer.
Well, I didn't hear her say it wasn't true.
No, but
what all right, let's hold it a minute. Hold it a minute.
Sure.
Slow down. Take a breath. What is it specifically that she said that you take issue with?
Well, I think what she's saying is it's a mixture of what Jesus has said in the Bible, in the New Testament, but it's wrapped, it's kind of like the movie said, it's wrapped in an enigma. I mean, what she's saying is nothing that anyone can get their hands on. Jesus foretold in the Bible that we would have earthquakes, we would have beginning of birth pangs, but that there would be hope at the end of all that.
I think she said that.
Well, no offense, I didn't pick up on it, and I'm sure she's a wonderful person. I just can't, that to me it's a lot of doublespeak, and as a Christian, I don't really think that's something someone can get a handle on. You can read what she's talking about in the New Testament.
May I just address the caller?
Yes.
I felt a little bit of pressure because of the commercials, and we've had trouble with my phone, so I'm having to speak extra loud, and sometimes things get said that need to be gone into in more depth, so the full picture doesn't really come out. But in my book, I do devote an entire chapter to the Bible. I talk about the prophets, I quote the prophets, I quote Jesus, and I put it in a very positive light. So I think if you would browse through a copy in a bookstore, you would see that I do set the record straight for Jesus, okay?
Well, do you feel that Jesus was a prophet, or was he the Son of God, incarnate?
Fair question.
Definitely the Son of God. No question.
Then if he was the Son of God, God is perfect, and God cannot be an error. So therefore, whatever God says is true and perfect.
Well, did I say it wasn't?
No, but I'm wondering why you're trying to maybe mix it up. You know, it's like a little bit of this and a little bit of that.
Compare? Well, just because some people want to hear all science, that's what's real to them. Some people are only Christian and they only want to hear Christian information. So what I've done is put the whole enchilada together so that we can emphasize our similarities, because what is said in the Bible is said by other world traditions. And I think Christians would benefit to know that, although it isn't, that there's no difference, there's no separation, it's only in the perception.
Now that comment I don't understand. May I ask a question? I do not understand what you just said.
My perception is that Christians only want Jesus to say what is so. If somebody else says the same thing as Jesus, they take argument with it. And I am saying there's one truth, and Jesus spoke it, but other people spoke it too in its essential elements. And so I don't believe that we have to be exclusive.
So that you're saying that other people can be prophets?
Yes.
Okay, then would you agree that the test of a true prophet is 100% accuracy?
No.
Then you would contradict what the Bible says. Because the Jewish nation was instructed to stone to death anyone that made a prophecy that did not come to true.
Well, I take issue with a wrathful God who does some of the things the Bible reports. And what I'm saying is that...
Well, then to be honest, Moira, you then take issue with many Christians, don't you?
I do, yes.
Okay. Caller?
Not with Jesus, with Christian interpretation. And we could never stop this conversation. It would go on forever.
Yes, it would. That's true. All right. Moira and the caller, thank you very much, caller. Moira, hold on. We'll be right back to you. That was clarifying.
If you feel the desire to control your own work hours, your work environment, be your own boss, choose your own work companions, then maybe you
must be for the top of the hour to Moira at Tim's. Moira, I think that you and I look at the same things and see them perhaps somewhat differently. That's what we've got going on here. I look at the earthquakes. I look at the news, because I must every single day. And I go by my feelings, you know, my instinctual, we talked about that a little while ago, almost animal-like feelings. And I can't even tell you what it is. I wouldn't even try to put it into words except to say it's the feeling that something is coming.
Yes.
I don't overly worry about it, but I feel it, I note it, and that's about as far as I go with it. Otherwise,
well, you know what, I work in part-time in a metaphysical bookshop, and so I do get a lot of frightened people in that want solace, want answers, and I see how sometimes a news item can be like a match to paper with certain people, and so I'm really aware of that. But I watch the science too, and I try and ground my information. I just was choosing to speak about the other end of the spectrum right now. Could I just say something like a PS to what the last caller brought up?
Absolutely.
I would like to say that the way I view prophecy is it's a gift. It's giving us a sneak preview of something that's in the works. And so the purpose of prophecy is to warn us so that if we take notice of it, we have free will, and we can take certain constructive action to avert the outcome if it's a negative prophecy. So in that sense, Art, if a negative prophecy is fulfilled, you could say that's the one that failed because we didn't take enough action in the right way to avert whatever the negative outcome was. So I feel a lot of that is what we're dealing with here. It's just we do the best we can, given the information that we have from the people in the past who could clearly see the nature of these cycles that repeated. And we all know, because at this point we're feeling it as well, something is coming online that's incredibly exciting and challenging. It's scary at the same time. And so keeping our balance is really what we need to do to see this thing through. And that means taking note of the scientific and the facts in the real world. The earth changes. but also not avoiding spiritual realities or psychological insights that kind of take us into another way of dealing with the same issues.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Okay. Moira, do you remember, I've said this to a lot of my guests lately, and really we're so close to the top of the hour that I'll hold it and we'll do it after the top of the hour. I don't want to get into it because there will not be time for you to respond.
Okay.
But we'll come back after the top of the hour and we'll explore our differences. Stay right there. Moira Timms is my guest. Her book is Beyond Prophecies and Predictions. And it explores prophecy, prediction, the Bible, kind of meshes it all together. And you'll get more of her take on that and a bit of what I've got to say after the news coming up next. You're listening to the CBC radio network from an area near Dreamland in the high desert. This is Dreamland.
The G. Gordon Liddy Show, only on Talk 102.
The bust is especially embarrassing for Mrs. Gore, a mental health expert who promoted family values, including a crusade to rape obscene rock lyrics, and she's written a book about raising R-rated children in an X-rated society. Well, here is the tip-off as to what happened, ladies and gentlemen.
My view now of where this change is headed, or what this change is about, or where I feel we are in this change, and I can put it very simply, and I can live with it very easily and have for quite some time now. There was once a movie, it is my favorite analogy, called The High and Mighty. It was a good movie. Moira may be old enough to remember The High and Mighty, I don't know, but it doesn't matter. It involved a reciprocal engine aircraft, motors, not jets, back in the days when we flew the Pacific Ocean from here to Japan or here to wherever. And about halfway across the Atlantic Ocean, the reciprocal engine aircraft of that day could only carry enough aviation gas, so that they could go from point A to point B across the whole Pacific. Well, somewhere out across the mid-Pacific at some point, about the halfway point, a little red light would come on in the cockpit, and under it would be a label that says point of no return. Now, that simply means that you now have only enough gasoline to go on to your destination. Should anything go wrong, you do not have enough gasoline to turn around and go back to the point you took off from. Now, that analogy in mind, it is my view, looking at the world, listening to the news, and observing the earth changes that continue and quicken, that mankind's little red light came on some time ago. Now, I can't tell you what's at the destination. I have no idea where we're going, in other words. I simply have felt for some time that little red light has been on. So we're on the way. Does that analogy make sense to you, Myra?
Oh, yes, it does.
That's the way I feel, and
I think that's a good analogy.
And I'm comfortable with that, centered with that, as you would say. I've got a fact for you here, and it says simply, if God is so perfect, then why is his creation so imperfect? You want to take a shot at that?
Yes, we had a thing called the fall, and that was where we ate of the tree of knowledge, and we disqualified ourselves from paradise.
And we got thrown out, actually.
We fell out of the tree.
Well, I think we got thrown out.
Up to it.
we got thrown out.
Yes.
Nice.
Vanished. So what this means is we have free will, and the point of the whole exercise is to get back to the place we left and qualify for godhood. And so the fact of the world doing the things it does and the people behaving the way they do has absolutely nothing to do with God. He says if you want to do it this way, do it and learn by your own mistakes.
It's called free will.
Free will. So we learn. There's nothing like a bit of suffering to make us modify our behavior. You see, it's a great learning process. We can learn through other ways, but, the pattern of human nature has been to just wait until, you're up against the wall and then do something. So It is a place of suffering, the world. It hasn't been happy, and part of what this sorting out period is about, I believe, and, what the prophecies seem to be saying, is that this is a time when, school is over. We come into the graduating point. Mm-hmm. Some people will graduate and some people won't. And you look at the native traditions, people who have lived this way for hundreds of years and haven't been civilized in the same way that Western culture has. They have a phenomenon which they call an initiation. Many of the wise people in native culture who are shamans, people of certain abilities, great healers, great visionaries, yes, they come to qualify for this by tremendous suffering. And it's like there's always this story that is the same. It's like a brush with death, maybe an after-death experience where you actually were dead and returned. There are these people that have been revived. Something that's so bad, it tears you apart. And all the mythology has this model of being torn apart, falling apart, being dismembered, and then something miraculous happens and all the parts come back together again and reconstellate at a higher level. And so at this higher level, you've got an evolutionary anomaly, a person who is gifted psychically, is a healer, and moves in a way to benefit all of humanity with whom he or she comes in contact. So I feel, in a sense, this is what the world is coming to. I was talking earlier of, the original paradise, that was the perfect time. And so in all the mythology and all these stories, we hear about the beginning when it was perfect and the ending when it wasn't. So as time wears on, things become more and more chaotic. We get further away from our state of wholeness until we fall apart so badly and the chaos is so distracting to us that the only thing we can do is to wait for some internal process to happen in the deep psyche. And this is where these archetypes of wholeness begin to emerge. It's part of an evolutionary process, so that some people will not make it, some people will. The good news is that it's the beginning of a new birth. Mm-hmm. A new phase of human evolution. So this isn't arrived at without this sorting out period, without this purification, and that's the nature of the suffering. So in the big plan, God has provided a way for us to get it right, ultimately.
All right, let's go back to the phone, see what they say. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Maura Timms. Hi. Hello there. Now, somehow they're not hearing me. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Maura Timms. Hi.
Hello, Art, and greetings to your guest. Listen, I'm going to ask you just a generic question. If you were to be an alien force coming here, would you look at man as a mistake? I know I've asked it before, but I kind of want you to expound on it with your current guest.
All right, sure.
Good night, Art.
Good night. You want to answer that, Maura?
Well, would I be a gray or would I be one of the others?
I don't care. You be any color you want.
I might look at man. I might look at humanity as a parasite.
A parasite?
Yeah, a plague upon the earth.
A plague on the earth?
Or I might see them. I would see that we're gearing up for something that is important to us, and we're about to have a collective experience that will improve our situation.
Gee, you scared me for a moment. I thought I heard your positive karma slipping.
What did I say?
You said that the gray or the any colored alien might look at us as a plague. I think you said, or.
Well, I'm not the only one to have said that, because we have destroyed the biosphere pretty much, and we've depleted the resources and we kill each other. There's a better way to do a planet.
You talk of pole reversals. I'm beginning to feel as though we have role reversals here. First time caller line, you're on the air with Maura Timms. Hello.
Yes, I have a comment to make to the gentleman who called in trying to say that all the prophecies that have that Jesus talked about, that he was saying that this woman, what she's saying, it doesn't fit. Well,
he was taking the typical Christian view, sir, that there is no prophet walking the earth unless there is a 100% a correct prophet, which of course would have been Jesus, and therefore there can be no prophets on earth now other than false prophets.
Yeah. Well, I have to differ with him because First of all the prophecies concerning the end of the world, they pertain to the destruction of Jerusalem in 70 A.D., thus being fulfilled almost, 2,000 years ago. I'd have to agree more with your host that we're going into a new time period, or as you would say yourself, into this quickening where we're evolving into a higher being. But not to insult that man, but I just think it'd probably be a little bit better if most fundamental Christians would just do a little more research and studying, and they'd probably find some of this stuff to be true.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I could add a little something to that. Thank you, caller.
Sure.
I would just add, it is very clear that what was being prophesied, because they said it would happen within the lifetime of the disciples, was the destruction of Jerusalem in 70 A.D. But because this is an archetypal prophecy, it is good for all time, for all people. And it repeats itself in different ways. So it wouldn't invalidate it in any way, the fact that something that was a fulfillment of that prophecy happened in 70 A.D. The same prophecy is still valid now, just on a larger scale, you see.
Okay. Moira, what is your view, your personal take on Gordon Michael Scullion?
I think Gordon is extremely sincere. I believe he really does his homework. He's very honest about his track record and how he arrived at his visions. Mm-hmm. He has batteries of people working for him to ground the information with the scientific record. Like he had a vision about crust slippage somewhere or tectonic upheaval.
Oh, yes.
What is the geological record saying? So I feel he's about as responsible as you can get.
As responsible as you can get.
Yes.
When he says something like, watch Etna and watch Vesuvius, and if you see either one of them heating up, that will be the beginning of the severe cycle of the major earth changes that are coming. Have you heard him say that?
I haven't heard him say that.
Well, he said that.
I don't know everything he said, but I know Edgar Casey also did say that, and I can tell you what that is based on.
Oh, I was just wondering if you would ask Gordon Michael or Edgar Casey, were he alive, why they would give out this information.
Well, because the point on the planet that is exactly opposite turns out to be the Fiji Basin in the Southwest Pacific, you see.
Oh, yes, I do.
Remembering some of the conversation with Richard Hoagland, he was talking about, I'm paraphrasing in layperson's language here. The way I understood it was like at 19.5 degrees above or below the equator is where interdimensional stuff comes into the system of a revolving sphere or goes up. So the place that is opposite Etna, being the Fiji Basin, is 19.5 degrees. That is the largest subduction zone in the Southwest Pacific. One plate folds under another. So 19.5 above the equator is the Hawaiian Islands, where the biggest outpouring of volcanic stuff comes out.
Yes.
So apparently there are internal dynamics with the rotation of the planet. So Etna is simply the point opposite the major subduction zone.
No question about it. My question went more to, would you inquire of them why they would dispense this information? To what end?
Well, that is an echo of what I asked you earlier.
I meant to echo it.
Because out of all the events that are occurring, there's some that are just general and random, but there's some that are pivotal and key. And so the idea of Etna and the Caspian Sea and the Southwest Pacific are key events. And I do have some extra information along those lines. Just before we went on the air, I was telling you that Jeffrey Goodman had written a book called We Are the Earthquake Generation. And he had given a sequence of key pivotal events based on a consensus of psychics. And I found these notes now. So he was saying if there should be, I guess he's talking earthquakes, beginning in India, there would be a sequence that would be key. So that would be something to look out for. An earthquake beginning in India, going to Japan, I guess next showing up in Italy, in the Vesuvius area, then Mount Pelly, which is near Martinique, and then the West Coast.
Well, I'm sure you're aware of the new activity in all of the areas that we just talked about. Moira, hold on. We'll be right back. All right, we're working very hard on getting Moira Timms back on the line. Thank you very much, telephone company, for A, the lousy connection, and then B, breaking it when we least expect it. But That, too, I'm centered with and used to. It happens all the time. With a little luck, Moira Timms back on Dreamland in just a moment. Stay right there. Is Moira Timms, her book Beyond Prophecies and Predictions, Everyone's Guide to the Coming Changes. And we've got her back on the line once again. Moira, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Sorry about that. Phone company has been very bad lately. I've got a fax here, Moira. Art, will you please ask Moira what her take on Hale-Bopp is, its significance and relationship within the prophecy that she has been researching? Do you know of Hale-Bopp?
I do, yes. I think it's extremely interesting that it's showing up right now and that, you know, there's something about it that we haven't quite got a handle on. The means of pole shift has never been clearly understood, but when we look back at the historical record, it does seem like the major geological changes that came about, like the extinction of the dinosaurs and the changes of the great geological ages, like the Cretaceous Tertiary boundary and things like that, were because of comet collisions. So, you know, many people in looking at this phenomenon of pole shift have wondered what could be the instrument that would cause it. And cometary bombardment is something that has been common to all the planets in the solar system, including ours. So all the votes aren't in yet as far as what this comet is, when it's, you know, if it's going to come significantly close to the Earth or not. But it's definitely showing up at a time when we're thinking comets.
1.5 AU, according to the astronomers. Of course, that's all we know right now. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Moira Timms. Hi.
Hi, I'm really pleased to get through, and
where are you?
I'm in Columbia, Missouri. My name's Julia.
Hi, Julia.
To speak to my host of my favorite radio show and the author of my favorite prophecy book. And I really enjoyed this book because it's so coherent. When I read your book, you put things in a really good framework, and I even have like some notes from your book here, a timeline that I made, because I've read many prophecy books in the last few years, and you really do go beyond just the sort of hit and miss approach many of them have, and you did make things very coherent, and I appreciate that.
Thank you, Julia. I appreciate you letting me know.
Well, good. And I was wondering, I had written down for the year 1995, you had written that we're in the beginning of a 6-year process transforming our relationship to the sun and magnetism. And I was just curious, you know, Art's gotten a lot of calls lately from people about changes in the magnetic field, the feeling that it has changed. And I know that in Columbia, Missouri, as silly as it sounds, several people have noticed lately that we're at a different place on the compass than we used to be. And I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit about that, what you meant about transforming our relationship to the sun and the relationship to magnetism, if you could elaborate on that.
All right, Julia, thank you. Moira?
I'll try and be succinct, Julia. It is a fact that the magnetic fields of the magnetic poles of the Earth have been shifting incredibly fast since the mid-50s. They've been updating the Navy isogonic maps every 5 years. Magnetic poles used to shift about 2% a year, and since 55, it's been 400% a year. So they've had a satellite up to look at this to understand the mechanism at work. But the magnetic field of the planet is generated by the spin. And so as the planet slows down, the gravitation seems to weaken also. And that diminishes the shielding around the planet so that cosmic energies like the ultraviolet from the holes in the ozone layer are more likely to penetrate the Earth. It's an interesting phenomenon. It's part of the pole shift cycle, I believe. Scientists are not clear whether the magnetic poles shift at the same time as the geographic poles. I think periodically it could be both together. But the last time, interestingly enough, the last time the magnetic poles shifted was at the time of the flood. That would have been about 10,400 BC. And so the magnetism controls the planetary grid. I could say something a little bit more about the planetary grid.
Let me ask this, Moira. Do you believe that the pole change, when it occurs, is a slow, gradual process from a mortal point of view, or is it an instantaneous process?
Well, historically, it's been an instantaneous process, and so what I'm thinking, and this is pure speculation, of course, if everybody acted appropriately for one day, you know, whatever that means, that would create incredible change on the planet, right? I believe what we do collectively influences this kind of thing. I think there's a misunderstood connection between, you know, human consciousness and geophysical realities. So I would suggest that if we could all do it right or improve the way we do things, then it could be a gradual process, because it is a process that needs to recur periodically. On the other hand, if we continue to screw up the way we have, it could be entirely catastrophic. And so we don't really know. But anyway, when I was talking about a change in our relationship to the sun, this was related to the fact that the sun-spotting cycle has also been irregular, and since, I think, 75, there have been more sunspots than usual. So these solar storms that periodically recur have been out of phase and more intense. And it's a scientific fact that sunspotting does affect human consciousness in various measurable ways. So this all has to do with this evolutionary shift that we're embarked upon.
All right. We don't have a lot of time, so let's see how many calls we can get in. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Moira Timms. Hi.
How you doing? I wanted to backtrack a little bit, if I may.
You may. Where are you, sir?
I'm in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. My name is Stephen.
All right, Stephen.
Back, I believe it was in the last hour. You were talking about the tombs underneath the Sphinx.
Yes.
I've been very interested in that, and there was a couple of things I was wondering, and I wanted to touch on. First of all, I wanted to know if there was any way, you could tell me how I could follow that. Where would I go to get information on that?
The answer is simple. Listen to my program. It's all here all the time. And to repeat what Moira said, she talked with Gordon Michael Scullion about 2 days ago, and Moira, you check me if I'm wrong, but he told you that the message was that what will be revealed in Egypt over the next year will cause people to gasp.
Yes. I didn't mean to say that there were tombs underneath the Sphinx, but just canals. But there has been a workman's village excavated in the area where there are tombs. I am taking a group of people to Egypt in March, the spring equinox next year.
Oh, yes.
We're going to do some grid engineering. We're going to reenact an ancient Egyptian ceremony to bring positive energy into the planet and the grid system at the sacred sites. So this has implications for planetary healing and personal inner work, too. So we'll be exploring some of these sites.
Okay. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Moira Timms. Hi.
Yes. Your guest had mentioned Graham Hancock's book, Fingerprints of the Gods.
Yes.
And in that he had mentioned, or actually he gave a date, I believe it was 2012.
Yes.
December, sometime in December. Well, you had an interview with Richard Hoagland, and he had said that he had gotten together with Graham Hancock and come to the conclusion that the date was inaccurate.
By about 6 years, I think.
Yeah, spring of 97, I believe.
Right.
Which is right around the time when Hale Bopp is supposed to come around.
Right again, April 1st.
Yeah. Now, your guest had mentioned, your guest had mentioned that, where was I going with this? I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all
right. Could I just stress that the idea of 2012 was a consistent idea to all the civilizations of the ancient world. They did not have a Gregorian calendar. And so Mayan shaman that are very active right now give the year 2012 as the date. It was a consistent date for many of the ancient cultures. They all agreed on that. So I don't think it's for a Western student to invalidate that, you know. Mm-hmm. So there's something going on. It will be a culmination of the whole thing, and the way the prophecy goes is everything will be complete around the year 2000, and the way the Maya tell it is the additional years until 2012, they call that the beak of time. It's a sorting out period.
Well, could this comment, in fact, be the like what the Sumerians had mentioned a long time ago, Nibiru?
Well, I think that if you'll recall, we've had recent guests that have called it the Harbinger. I had Zachariah Sitchin on, and he called it the Harbinger.
Like a precursor?
Yes, you may have missed that show. Would you care to comment on that, Maura? I had Zachariah Sitchin on.
Yes, this is possible. I think it's still the outcome is still uncertain. There have been a lot of conferences in various parts of the world on cometary collisions. It's definitely something that people have been giving attention to, and they've even been trying to get a government program together to deflect any vectors that would come too close within the Earth's orbit.
Mm-hmm.
So, it remains to be seen what the scientists have to tell us about it. But mythically, it's arriving at the right time to have some impact upon the Earth.
All right.
Whether that's psychological or physical, I couldn't say.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Moira Timms. Hi.
Yes, this is Mark from Collinsville,
Illinois. All right.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
Nori, earlier you mentioned the shaking of the heavens, and I believe you said that the Greek translation of heaven was the planet Uranus.
No, I said that the word is Uranus.
Uranus.
And so that is, the root for words that have to do with that.
That sounds close.
Uranus.
Have you ever considered the Sumerian translation of heaven as being the firmament, the hammer bracelet, or what we call today the asteroid belt, which lies between the orbits of Jupiter and Mars?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
You need to read some of Sechen's books.
Some of these.
And with this Hale-Bopp, it's supposed to be coming between Jupiter and Mars, and so did Nibiru.
Well, it is now presently out beyond the orbit of Jupiter.
Yes, but it's supposed to come between Jupiter and Mars.
Quite correct.
On retrograde.
Yes. Call toll-free 1-800-618-8255.
Good night.
Good night, sir. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Moira Timms. Hello there. Oh, no, I've got the wrong line. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Moira Timms. Hi.
Hello?
Hello. Turn your radio off, sir.
Okay.
There you go. Okay, you're on the air.
Yes, I had a question for Mara.
All right, where are you?
In Fort Smith, Arkansas.
Okay. Go ahead and ask.
Yes, I had a question. I was wondering if she believes in the six-day theory concerning a day with God is like 1,000 years. If she does, how can she correlate that with mankind continuing to live on and die out?
All right. Do you believe that creation was as is described in the Bible, Moira?
Well, I think it's metaphorical. I mean, divine celestial time is different than Gregorian time. That's or linear, chronology that we have. I think there were 6 stages of evolution. First off there was energy, then there was gas, right? And then there was plants and animals and humans. And I think we're at the point where we're going to progress from Homo sapiens to probably something that would be more like Homo Christos, a blend of human and divine, superhuman people.
Another jump in evolution.
Yes, definitely a jump in evolution.
All right, hold it right there for a moment. We'll be right back to you. Leprina is liquid aspirin. It will relieve pain of any sort that you've got. Now, obviously, if you've got a headache, you're not going to spray it all over your head. But for some guys send me a fax like that. But for any other part of the body, sore knee, sore shoulder, rheumatism, arthritis, those kinds of things that you would normally take aspirin for, because aspirin is a wondrous pain reliever. You don't have to swallow it. It doesn't have to go through your digestive system. You can spray it on. Somebody should have thought of this 100 years ago. Leprina is available now. It's aspirin. It's in a liquid spray-on bottle. And the way you get it is call 1-800-308-4565. It's a very reasonable cost. It's a bargain for this revolutionary new product. Now, they can tell you at Health Naturally, the company, how you can get it at even a greater savings. Call them, 1-800-308-4565.
4565. We all know that information is what it's all about, and if you want to be plugged into the latest, hottest hard data on UFOs, I've got something for you. Please get a pen and paper. It's called UFO News World Report, and it's just brimming with the kind of information you've been looking for. UFO News searches the world to objectively cover the alien spectrum, from sightings and encounters to alleged abductions, government cover-ups, packs it all into one concise newsletter. At a special holiday offer of just $19.95 a year, UFO News can cover the world for you. Formatted and written by seasoned journalists, you'll have monthly access to all this hard-hitting information and more. Now you can be current in this tantalizing and elusive field of UFO phenomena. Find out what's happening. Call 1-800-830-9830. That's 1-800-830-9830, 24 hours a day. Or send a check for $19.95 to Box 2757, Anaheim, California, 92814. It's guaranteed you'll love it or your money back. Call 1-800-830-9830.
All right, and to remind you to get a copy of this program or any other Dreamland program, or to renew your subscription for our newsletter, which goes up in price December 10th, so it's good that you would do it now before that date comes, and it's getting close. The number is 1-800-917-4278. 1-800-917-4278. By the way, the January issue of our newsletter is going to be all about, exclusively about, what I call the quickening. That number again is 1-800-917-4278. Moira Timms back again. Moira, are you there?
Hello, Art. Yes.
Good. The phone company is nice to us one more time. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Moira Timms. Hi.
Hi, Art. Hi, Moira.
Hi,
my question is, first I need to know, you said you believe there's a God or a good force. Do you also believe there's an evil?
Yeah, I do.
Leads up to my question.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You do?
Yes, the answer is yes.
Okay, then I'm a Christian, so I don't want to, I'm setting you up here. If there's a good and an evil, and I believe the Bible is true, would not the evil, if I was evil, say, I would set up many, many religions. I wouldn't have just Satanism. I would have many religions so close to what the actual truth is to distract and lead people astray and muddy up the waters, so to speak. And I feel that the prophecies in the Bible lead up and tell us about a one-world religion that will all believe the same thing in this higher consciousness. And I think that the truth is mixed in so much in your message and many other messages as to distract from the Bible.
All right. Thank you. That's a very interesting point of view. I guess I would say, why would an all-powerful God allow so many people to go down false, misleading trails? That's not my kind of God. Moira?
A wise, loving, omnipotent God, in my view, would create unity within all people. He would not create division where one small minority would control the truth. And when you understand Jungian psychology, there's a way to realize that whatever is the evil is the shadow part of ourselves. It's the evil part that we're not willing to acknowledge in ourselves, but we project it out onto other people. But because we're all more similar than we are different, if you will examine your own shadow and really do your inner work and your own inner spiritual work, whether it's aligning with Jesus or, the true religion of your choice, then you will realize that only that which we don't understand is perceived as of the devil and of evil. So unity is what God wants. He doesn't want division where there's only the saved and the sinners and the condemned. And so I feel any religion that promotes separation is not the true religion. And I feel that certain misguided attitudes are the real devil in the world, and the people who think that they are, some of the people who think that they are the only ones are part of the problem.
I think
I'm sorry to say that, but that's how I feel.
Well, I think there is no single path. There are many paths, probably headed in both directions. And a Supreme Court justice once said of pornography that he could not quite define it, but knew it when he sees it. And most of us know good and know evil when we see it or feel it or do it or think about it, right?
Yes.
So that would mean there would be many paths. One more quick question. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Moira Timms. Hello.
Hello, this is Fritz from Phoenix.
Hi,
Just
Fritz.
a quick comment.
Yes.
Art, as a student of life, and, I've been calling and listening to this show for years, it's my opinion that mankind, as we know it, has reached the point of no return in the early 70s.
All right.
Now, if only 50% of all the predictions come true that were given to us by all the prophets the last 500 years, the human animal, that what we are, will in the end learn to live together and respect creation and nature.
All right, thank you. That's going to have to do it. Moira, where can people get your book?
Well, they can get it nationwide in all bookstores. If they're out of it, it can be special ordered, or they can call me on my voicemail, and I'll be happy to take their name and address.
Okay, what is your number?
I would just like to say, if anybody is interested in traveling on a very special historic trip with me as a group to Egypt to do some important and exciting and powerful work at the equinox, please let me know on the voicemail also, and I'll send you details.
All right, and that
number? It's area code 541...
541...
343...
343...
5392.
5392. Let me give that again. You tell me if I'm wrong. It's area code 541 343 5392. Is that correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
All right, and you're on the way to Egypt and would not mind taking people of a like mind with you.
Kindred spirits, light workers, people who want to do planetary healing and have a wonderful time.
All right, Moira, thank you for being on the program.
Thank you very much, and blessings on your work and light on your path.
Have a good night, Moira. And the same to all of you out there. The hours are closing on the book, the autographed book deal. It's 1-800-864-7991 from the high desert. I'm Art Bell. Good night.
This has been Dreamland, a program dedicated to an examination of areas in the human experience not easily nor neatly put in a box. Things seen at the edge of vision, awakening a part of the mind as yet not mapped. Yet things every bit as real as the air we breathe but don't see. Please join us again next week at this time for Dreamland.